in London. We've captured these two amazing humans. Guys, you can tell us your names and why you're here.
Hi, my name is Julian Assange and I'm here in support of Julian Assange with an international organisation for rights expression.
Awesome. Yourself?
My name is Hannah Pommer. I'm a poet from Belarus. I live here in exile, so I know the cost of freedom of speech and my personal experience. So I'm here to support it because this is one of the most important cases of freedom of speech in the 21st century.
Tell us a little bit about what International is.
Yes, so PEN International is a global network of PEN centres, 11 PEN centres around the world, and the fundamental thing that PEN International does is defend freedom of expression and promote it. The case of Julian Assange is why. Because this is an example where it was said and people said that president, you know, if they free him, yeah, that would mean that freedom of speech means something, that the journalists should be free to expose the truth, you know, the power. And it means that what you said, how much hope we have, you know, it's very, very encouraging than for so many of us.
It's good to see a good crowd here and good to street in front of Penny Bond's office to demand the release of Julian Assange. Thank you.
The reason that I'm here today is for my grandchildren's freedom of speech. I feel very strongly that this poor man has been persecuted. He should not be in jail. He should not be treated the way he is. I'm disgusted with our government, both sides, Liberal and Labor, and to think that they have let this man rot in jail, basically, for this long, being an Australian citizen, and all his biggest crime was he spoke the truth.
Hi, I'm Trisha. I'm from Adelaide, and there is no way I cannot be here to support this very courageous man who's standing up for all of our rights. It brings me to tears to think what is happening to him. And it's wonderful to see all these supporters here, especially the young ones. Beautiful.
Das Opfer dieser entfesselten Aggression, Julian Assange, Gründer der Enthüllungsplattform Wikileaks. Für die USA, die Assange den Prozess machen wollen und seine Überstellung verlangen, ist der Mann ein terroristischer Spion. Seine Plattform Wikileaks ein nichtstaatlicher, feindlicher Geheimdienst.
Hello people from London and all over the world. I'm standing here in Hamburg in Germany and we are doing a 6-hour vigil in front of the British consulate. Greetings to all who do today this stuff for free Julian Assange.
Hola, soy León Gieco, cantante y compositor argentino. Pido la libertad ya a Julian Assange, no a la violación a sus derechos de expresión.
Hello, my name is Antonella. I'm in Milan in front of the British consulate to support Assange. Bye.
My name is Adrian. I am in Milan in front of the British consulate to support Assange Julia.
This is from Rome. The police said they were expecting 30 people, and we are many, many more than 30 in front of the British Embassy.
Freedom!
Julian Assange, libertad. Julian Assange, libertad. Julian Assange, libertad. Julian Assange. Es findet auch mal den Weg in die größeren Medien.
Vinny?
We are off to a meeting hall for Assange defenders. It's been set up to give us shelter from the storm.
Oh, I love it. Sounds amazing. I'm following your lead. Being in beautiful old London town.
Yep.
Oh, wow. Yeah, we really are, aren't we? Oh, now it's gone all crazy. Come back down. Yeah.
Fantastic crowd I can see from up here. Thank you so much for staying all the way through the morning. I can see the Croydon Trade Union Council banner there. Thanks very much for coming down. Special thanks to the Public and Commercial Services Union Samba Band. Fantastic to see you. Really lifted the morning. Thanks for coming down. They'll be leading the march later on this afternoon. Now, the first speaker I've got to introduce to you is Gabriel Shipton. That's Julian Assange's brother. He's been following this case. He's been leading the campaigning internationally and especially in Australia. Gabriel, tell us what's been going on this morning.
Hey everyone, thanks again for coming out and braving the weather. Amazing turnout again. Well, I mean, it's sort of a bit embarrassing watching the prosecutors in there trying to tell us that day was night and night was day, that Chelsea Manning's not a whistleblower and Julian's not a journalist. They really just brought absolute shame to that court and to the United Kingdom justice system. And this case remains a stain on the US, a stain on the UK, And both governments should be absolutely ashamed of it and what they're doing to press freedom and our rights. Because what was going on in there is the prosecutors telling us that journalism is a threat to democracy. And whistleblowing is a threat to democracy. Our right to know is a threat to democracy. So shame on them and free Julian Assange.
Thanks very much, Gabriel. Now, the next speaker really is a pleasure to introduce. I met him a couple of years back when he was the first Australian MP to come across to Britain to visit Julian Assange in Belmarsh. We met with British parliamentarians at that time. But since that visit, he has been central to the transformation of Australian politics on the question of Julian Assange, campaigning relentlessly until there is not only cross-party support for Julian Assange, but the whole of the Australian Parliament saying what the world knows to be true, and that is enough in the case of Julian Assange. Please give a huge London welcome to Andrew Wilkie MP.
Who remembers collateral murder? Who can forget that grainy black and white image of an American attack helicopter gunning down innocent Iraqis and Reuters journalists? Who can remember that? And we have this madness that the man who told the truth, who provided hard evidence of US war crimes, he's the one in front of a court. It should have been the pilots of that helicopter. But some common sense has broken out. At least now the Australian Parliament has finally voted. The Australian Prime Minister has finally stood up and given a clear, strong signal to the Americans that enough is enough. Regardless of what you think of Julian, this matter must be brought to an end. The extradition must be dropped. The charges must be dropped. He must be busted out of Belmarsh. He must be allowed to be reunited with his family. Because Julian Assange is the hero here, not the villain.
Now, astoundingly, through all this time, despite the imprisonment of Julian Assange, WikiLeaks has continued to do its work. And its editor-in-chief is Christian Harfagson. He's been following this case as well as keeping the reporting alive. Please give him a warm welcome.
It was absolutely amazing to be in the courtroom this morning. I was not in the actual courtroom yesterday, but in a side room where I couldn't hear anything. Now I was in the actual courtroom and I still couldn't hear anything. So at least you're getting closer. You can see the reaction from the two judges and you see the backhead of the lawyer representing the US government. So what was he putting forth there? Absolutely nothing new. It was as we were offered to lunch on a leftover smorgasbord from last month. We've heard it all before, and it's all been refuted, not just in the courtrooms, but with new evidence that was totally disregarded. So they had nothing new to offer, but the old arguments that have been refuted. But what was interesting this morning is that the judges were paying attention and they were asking questions. Is it really true that Julian will not get a First Amendment protection when he is extradited? Etc., etc. At least we have the attention. Thanks to you, probably. They know that they need to scrutinize this and the arguments put forth. And the arguments were thin. Of course, we shouldn't be here. because it's been disputed everything that the Americans have been putting forth in this case. The day will continue. We will, of course, fight on. There is a glimpse of hope in the courts here. Let's not abandon that. Let's stay on that. Let's stay on the shift, on the watch. Thank you for coming here. Thank you for supporting Julian Assange. Let's free him. Let's free Assange now.
It really is an astounding view from up here. I wish you could all see yourselves. It's a fantastic turnout. I actually think that the crowd today is bigger than we were yesterday. I hope you're all ready to march this afternoon at the end of the court hearing. So stay around and get ready to march later this afternoon. And remember, all that's being asked for here is a full hearing in a high court. There has been no full hearing of the Assange case except in a magistrate's court. Now, a magistrate's court in this country is the lowest court. It's the court that you go to if you have a parking ticket, if you have a speeding fine. That's the level of case that is normally heard in a magistrate's court. They do not and should not be the final judges of the most important civil liberties case of the 21st century. And leading the campaign to make sure that that is not the case, that it is not left to the judgment of a single lowly magistrate, has been Julian Assange's wife, Stella Assange.
How pathetic the US case is. They have to rely on lies. And then the prosecutors say, don't question these lies because that would offend our ally. 14 years on, all they can do is repeat the lies from the very first Pentagon press conference talking points sheet. What they're trying to argue is that state secrets trump revealing state crimes. This is the balance they're trying to shift. They want impunity, they don't want to be scrutinized, and journalism stands in the way. And in that courtroom, they are having to make their position increasingly clear. They have to admit that what they're doing is criminalizing journalism, is criminalizing the truth. They are liars, they are criminals, and they are persecuting the journalists who expose them. Julian is a truth teller, he is a political prisoner, and the world is watching these courts and how they deal with this case. Please be here and come and march to Downing Street after the proceedings are over this afternoon. Thank you.
And there is now no better person to tell you about why that should be the case than Julian Assange's father, John Shipton.
Fantastic.
Fantastic bloke.
Just a few things. Sorry? Just a few things. Julian has spent in one form of incarceration and another, over 14 years. Julian has spent over 14 years in one form of incarceration or another. Are you good with that? All of Julian's human rights suspended. Are you good with that? Due process abuse after abuse. Are you good with that? Over 25 court cases in one form or another for an innocent man. No charges laid. Are you good with that? I just want to thank you all for coming and thank you for your strength and understanding, as I do, that all genius ascends from the people, ascends from us upward. And it is us, in the manifestation of the Australian Parliament, declaring that Julian Assange must be brought home, has shown our courage manifested in the parliamentary declaration. Is that not magnificent? See you this afternoon for the march.
Welcome back to London, the High Court and the extradition hearing of Julian Assange. I am with Stella Assange, Julian's wife and legal advisor, human rights lawyer. We're gonna discuss what happened today. Stella, your thoughts on today?
Well, we're in a small courtroom. The technical difficulties are just inexplicable. They've had 2 months to prepare. Half the room can't hear what's going on. And it was the day for the U.S. arguments, which are basically just repeating the U.S. Pentagon talking points from 2010. And their argument is, don't question what the prosecutors say. That's for the U.S. courts to decide. And all the evidence that the defense has brought about plans to kill Julian, plans to kidnap him, spying on his lawyers and so on, you just set that aside because we don't want to offend our allies. But the judges are engaged, I'd say, certainly more engaged than the initial judge who just did a 3-page ruling saying there were no arguable points. Well, these judges are at least looking at the points. They're asking questions. So that's basically what's happened.
So we've not seen Julian in the hearing. What is happening to Julian? How is he?
Well, he's unwell, and he's so unwell that he's not able to assist the hearings. Of course, if he hadn't been in Belmarsh prison, he would be here today in person, attending his hearings, because of course his life hangs in the balance. But consider how severe things are, how bad things are, that this is the final hearing in the UK, unless there's a change of course, and his extradition could come down within the week, and he is so unwell that he is unable to be here.
Stella, thank you very much.
Thank you.
That's
Thanks, Juan.
Stella Assange, human rights lawyer and wife of Julian Assange. I believe we have somebody else to be interviewed. No, not yet. We'll come back when we have the next interviewee.
Okay, folks, so this afternoon, as we've said repeatedly, there's the march. Please stay around for that. I see many friends here who I know have been campaigning, as I have been, to stop the slaughter in Gaza. And many of you have asked me about the timings of the demonstration this evening, where there's going to be a ceasefire vote in the House of... Moving backwards and forwards all day, but the latest intelligence that I have about that is that the vote will be around 7 o'clock this evening, and the protest will start shortly after we've ended our protest down in Richmond Terrace opposite Downing Street. So if those of you who want to join both, please stay here, march with us, and you should be down in time to join the Palestine protest as well. So we'll be meeting here about 4:30. That's when we expect the judge to call an end to the proceedings. We won't necessarily know the verdict today, although we might. But whatever the case, we are determined to take to the seat of government, to the Prime Minister of this country, the message that we stand for freedom of the press, that we stand for freedom of speech, and that people like him and his counterparts in the United States ought to be the ones who are standing trial and not Julian Assange.
We're just taking a small break from the rain outside the courts in London here, the courts of justice, and we found these coasters on the tables, which are amazing. We were told that someone from Belgium had made them. Whoever they are, genius. We love them. It just reminds me that we have to share all of our socials, join into the groups, build our community. There's so many communities of Assange supporters here. It's amazing. So follow Stella Assange's YouTube live. You can get the Assange Defence, Adelaide for Assange, the Assange campaign in Australia for all you Aussies, and let's make Julian Assange and Free Assange trend all over the socials. We're here not only to have a lovely little beverage, but we're also here to tell everybody that we must free Julian Assange.
Welcome back to London, the Royal Courts of Justice, where the Julian Assange extradition hearing is taking place. I'm here with Andrew Wilkie, I'm sorry, MP of Australia, tireless campaigner of Julian. So, Andrew, why are you here in London?
I feel it's very important that an Australian parliamentarian is here today to bear witness and also to show support for Stella and for Julian and for WikiLeaks, I would add, and to bring the message that the Australian Parliament now is overwhelmingly supportive of the idea that this matter has gone on far too long and should be brought to an end. Now that might not sound like much to some people, but it's actually a big deal for the whole, for the Australian Parliament now to be of that view. I think that sends a very powerful signal to Washington. So when when people in Washington are thinking about how to resolve this, as it has to be resolved, they know where we stand, and maybe it just adds a little bit of weight to the push for a political resolution. Because let's face it, this has always been an intensely political matter. You've got Chelsea Manning's out of jail, not a single newspaper editor or publisher who published that material back around 2010, not one of them's been charged. The fact that one man has been singled out, the way Julian is being singled out, it just, I think, goes to show how intensely political this is. And for that reason, how important a political resolution is.
There was a landmark resolution passed in Parliament. Can you describe what it is and what can be achieved with that?
Yeah. Wednesday last week, in the House of Representatives, that's the Australian lower house, where the government is formed, like the House of Commons here, I moved a motion. It was pretty soft, pretty straightforward, although it did refer to shocking evidence of shocking misconduct by the US. So it did have that hard point in it. I successfully pushed it through the House. It was successful, 86 votes yes, 42 votes no. Sadly, almost the whole of the Australian Conservative opposition voted against it, but still, it was the first time a motion in support of Julian has passed the Australian Parliament. And I think that signals a seismic shift in Australia at the political level, that this matter, it's just madness. It's gone on too long, regardless of what you think of Julian. And I'll be straight. Some of the people who voted for that motion don't have much time for Julian, but even they would agree this has gone on far too long and must be brought to an end.
Thank you very much, Andrew. That's Andrew Wilkie, MP in Australia and old rock star in the Australian politics.
What about that?
Thank you. I think next we will have John Rees, head of the Don't Extradite Assange campaign, now called Free Assange campaign. John, what did we see today in court?
Well, it's the Americans' attempt to defend the indefensible, and the indefensible is the idea that the American Espionage Act can be used to redefine journalism as spying. Not only that it should redefine journalism and spying, but it should have an extraterritorial reach so that journalists outside the United States, who aren't United States citizens in any country in the world, can be accused of the United States as a spy and then find themselves extradited to the United States and put on trial under their Espionage Act. So that would be a massive extension. It would mean that the United States could accuse any journalist of any nationality in any part of the world of spying and have them do what they're trying to do to Julian Assange, which is to bring him to the US and bang him up in jail for tens of years at any rate.
Now this is a hearing to ask for permission to appeal. What is the best outcome for Julian? Is there a best outcome? Because he passed a lot of time inside prison, even if he wins.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, obviously, he should be released. But that's something that is only in the gift of the Biden administration in the United States, which could drop the charges, and then he would walk out of prison a free man immediately. But if that isn't going to happen, the very least that natural justice should demand is that a high court, that is a court that has competent judges, should be able to hear this case. That hasn't happened. The only full hearing that the Assange case has ever had is in a magistrate's court in this country. That's the lowest court in this country. That's where you go if you parked your car in the wrong place or have got a speeding fine. That's what those courts hear. They don't hear the most important freedom of press cases of the 21st century. That should automatically have been the business of a high court.
Thank you very much, John.
You're welcome.
I believe now we have co-founder of Declassified, Matt Kennard, all-round rock star as well in the journalism world. Matt, you were in the court today. What's your take on what you saw?
Well, firstly, again, I know we talked about this yesterday, but we couldn't hear the proceedings for the first 20 minutes, and they had to stop the whole proceedings again and fix the sound, which is outrageous because the judge even started the proceedings by saying we apologise for the problems yesterday. It's not acceptable, and then it happened again. So that happened, and then the US made their case, or made some of their case, and basically it revolved around trying to separate Assange from a conventional journalist. So her argument was he's not a journalist, he's not protected by all the different legislation that should protect journalists because he's a hacker, he's a computer guy. And it's ridiculous because you have a situation where a journalist exposed more wrongdoing by the world's most powerful country than anyone's ever done in history. So he's more a journalist than anyone. But that is how the US is trying to fight the case. I mean, I didn't find it very convincing, and I know I'm probably a bit biased, but I really didn't find it convincing. But we don't know how it's going to go because the judges, as we've documented a lot of declassified, are embedded in the British establishment. So they are the same, they're from the same cloth as the ministers who want to get him. They're from the same cloth as the intelligence agencies that want to get him. So I don't know if we're going to get an independent judge to actually decide the case on its merits, because obviously today they're going to decide, or over the next coming weeks, they're going to decide whether Assange has the right to appeal the original ruling. Of course, any justice system worth its name would allow someone who is going to be sent to another country for the rest of his life for the crime of journalism should have an appeal against that, but we might not even get that. But I'm hopeful from what I saw in the court, but I'm not hopeful as well because of what I know about the British justice system and how it's treated Assange from the start.
And we've talked about this yesterday, Matt, but it's important to recall you've documented irregularity after irregularity. Please talk to us about that again.
I mean, there's just so much irregularity. It's also just so much clear interference in this case by the political system. Now, you know, like one of the tenets of a democratic society is the independent judiciary that operates independent of political control. And you've seen again and again in this case, the political system has had clear influence on the legal system. I mean, one example which I mentioned yesterday was one of the judges is one of the best friends of the minister who orchestrated his arrest. Another one we did was that 15 UK government staff were deployed on the secret operation to seize Julian Assange from the embassy, from the Ecuadorian embassy in London. Now, asylum is Ecuador's a friendly country, number one. Asylum is a right enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. He was clearly being persecuted by the United States, evidence today, and ever since they issued their indictment. So why is the UK government deploying 15 staff on an operation to seize him from the legitimate asylum? It makes no sense, and it's outrageous. But again, that revelations which we published in Declassified has not been covered by a single mainstream media organisation. So no one knows that the government was actively involved in the operation to get Assange. No one knows about it. So in that case, do we live in a democracy? If you have a media which is not informing its citizens about some of the most high-stakes stuff that there possibly is. We're talking about the death of journalism if this guy goes to the United States. If they're not being informed. We don't live in a democratic society. We don't have a democratic media. We don't have a free press. It's all an illusion. And I think that's what this Assange case has shown. It also has shown exposed the justice system, because even someone like me, I don't interact with the justice system that much. But going into court, seeing how they prepare this case, seeing that they put everyone in a tiny courtroom so there's not enough space for the press, seeing that they put all the press at the back of another court with a grainy video 25 feet away and audio that doesn't work. It's outrageous. It's embarrassing to be British to see that. This is the most important press freedom case maybe in history because of the extraterritorial reach it gives the United States, and yet no one can access it. Outrageous. We need open justice, we need an independent judiciary, and we need to stop this extradition to protect not just Assange, protect all of us and protect our freedoms.
Matt, thank you very much. We'll be back after the court recesses. try to access the court again and keep on trying to bring you the latest stuff, regardless of whether they have a crappy audio or more process abuse. We'll be here to report as much as we can.
Here we are creating a bit of a rest space from the rain of rainy London, but we're all calling on you to go to the YouTube for StellaAssange.com and AssangeDefense.org and watch the live feed while we have a fine libation. Cheers. Free Assange.
Anytime a story runs for a long period of time, there's a kind of inevitable reader or viewership fatigue. When I covered the war in Bosnia, for instance, we used to call it Balkan fatigue. The images of shelling in Sarajevo, where I was during the war, look similar to the images of a month or 2 months ago. And so the natural tendency of especially the commercial press, which is driven by attracting viewers and attracting readers, is to cut down on the coverage. So for instance, when the war in Afghanistan went south, when the war in Ukraine clearly turned into a stalemate, you saw a huge diminishment of the kind of coverage. Almost to the point where you hardly ever, although we were still at war with Afghanistan, in Afghanistan, you hardly ever heard of it. So inevitably, given the length of the persecution of Julian, there's been a kind of diminishing within the press of the coverage. You have dramatic moments, like when he was seized by the London Metropolitan Police and taken out. You have moments like that. That's number one. Number two, there's a deep hostility within the press towards Julian, which may seem counterintuitive, but having worked for 15 years at the New York Times, I can tell you they loathe figures like Julian. Why? Because Julian shamed them into doing their job. And so they had to print the material that WikiLeaks printed and provided to them in partnership, because not to do so would have exposed them as courtiers of the powerful and the elite, which for the most part they are. I mean, for instance, we saw an editorial in the New York Times on Monday, and it was probably 4/5 of it was character assassination of Julian. So everybody, I can't remember who wrote it, but everybody would know when they read it that the writer finds Julian absolutely odious and repugnant, but he shouldn't be extradited. So the case has been ongoing. And number two, there is within news organizations a hostility towards Julian. Those are factors that we have to confront. One of the things that I have found actually surprising is even when there are high moments, let's say hearings, for instance, the traditional commercial press has not covered it. They come on the first day, they come on the last day, and so often what they write is just wrong because they've not done the hard work of sitting through the case. This also happened with Chelsea Manning. So I sat in on the trial of Chelsea, and the same, the New York Times, the Washington Post, these legacy media organizations, they came the first day, they came the last. And the articles they wrote were just filled with errors because they hadn't sat through the whole process, they didn't know it. And because of the length of time that this case has gone on, it's very convoluted. I mean, as you know, there's ups and downs and changes and, the whole Swedish thing. And, then he's granted political asylum by Ecuador, and then Lenin Moreno is elected, certainly becomes a puppet of the U.S. and revokes it. I mean, if you haven't invested yourself over a long period of time in writing about it and reporting on it, it's pretty overwhelming. And so for that press that tends to come in for those dramatic moments, number one, because they don't cover it consistently, they often don't get, or their vision of what's happening is very skewed. But even during those dramatic moments, they don't do the kind of reporting that they should do. So in terms of relevance, well, yes, the relevance is, I would argue, from the beginning, it's been highly relevant since 2010 when WikiLeaks and Julian released the Iraqi war logs. It was extremely relevant. And I met Julian through his lawyer, Michael Ratner, who was a close friend of mine. Michael brought me to London, to the embassy, to meet Julian. And Michael understood from the moment that the Iraqi war logs were released that they were going to go after Julian. There's a famous moment when Michael and the other lawyer, Weingart, I forget, the guy who did the Pentagon Papers, who died not long after, Weinglass, I think was his name. Anyway, they asked for a meeting with Julian, and they said, we think they're going to come for you. And they're going to use the Espionage Act. And Julian expressed utter surprise, because of course, I think what a lot of people who look at this case don't always remember is that Julian is very different from Daniel Ellsberg, who released the Pentagon Papers. Daniel Ellsberg had high security clearance, as did Chelsea Manning, and took the Pentagon Papers and then provided them for publication. Julian was leaked. It's the traditional route by which I and other journalists printed classified material, and I did print classified material in the New York Times. So I think ever since 2010, this case, for those of us who are following it and for those of us who have worked as investigative journalists, has been absolutely crucial, because if Julian is extradited, and certainly he'll be railroaded, he's been railroaded within the British court system. It's been almost farcical what they've done. I mean, the litany of abuse, starting with the fact that UC Global, the Spanish security firm, which was providing all of its surveillance to the CIA, was filming his meetings with his attorneys, eviscerating attorney-client privilege, which alone should see the case thrown out. The idea that Julian, wasn't in the United States, is not an American, and published documents and committed espionage. I mean, it just doesn't make any sense. And I think that's one of the reasons the British courts have been so, have created so many obstacles for those of us who cover, limiting the people who come into the courtroom. We've had links where you can't hear anything, et cetera, et cetera. So the consequences of this have always been, for those of us who are journalists, and you have seen the New York Times, Le Monde, Der Spiegel, the Washington Post, these publications that the Guardian, that printed this material, published this open letter. The Post may not have been on the letter, but the others were calling for Julian to be freed, to drop the extradition charges, because even belatedly, they get it. But if he goes to the United States, he's going to be railroaded in the Eastern District, Virginia, which is the court of choice for the CIA, because court is located in an area where many people work for the CIA. They have friends who work for the CIA. They have relatives who work for the CIA and other national security agencies. And so the conviction rate, the government is highly successful in those courts. And then they have Kronberg and these other figures within the court who are, kind of the Grand Inquisitor, and have done, especially after 9/11, where that court was major in convicting Palestinian activists whose only crime was activism. So I would say from the publication of the Iraqi war logs, it's been highly relevant. Is it more relevant today? It's more relevant in the sense that, of course, we're getting close to the end. And for those of us who care about freedom of the press, the consequences of it are absolutely lethal. I mean, just to possess classified documents, and I have handled classified documents, much less to publish them, it will be criminalized. So I don't think from that sense, and I speak as a journalist, it's higher or lower. I think it's been in crisis mode since this began.
Hi, my name is Mike Hirsch. I'm the National Communications Director for Progressive Democrats of America. Speaking as an individual, I'm an attorney, and when I went to law school, I took constitutional law. We learned about the First Amendment. The First Amendment talks about free speech, freedom of the press. And if you believe in that, you have to believe in free Assange.
Julian Assange is facing charges for doing what journalists do all the time, publishing materials provided by a source, materials which a powerful state would like to keep secret. Those charges against him in the United States, his possible extradition and his probable treatment in the US constitute all of that human rights violations and major threat to press freedom.
Hey, everybody, I'm Stephen Donziger. I'm a human rights lawyer in the United States of New York, and I'm really honored to speak to you today to urge the release of Julian Assange and the dropping of his extradition case. I know what persecution from the US government is about. As a human rights lawyer, I represented indigenous peoples in Ecuador against Chevron. We won a big pollution judgment against the company, and then I got prosecuted by Chevron in US courts and locked up for almost 3 years. I know what the US government does when its interests are threatened in a serious way by serious people like Julian. People need to understand that the US government is using Julian's case as a way to try to criminalize advocacy, as a way to try to punish truth tellers, as a way to try to intimidate people from taking on the structures of power that keep most people down. Julian needs to be let go. He needs to be able to return to his work as a journalist, as a publisher, as an activist, so the world can be a better place. The cruelty being visited upon Julian is unconscionable. And I again urge the Biden administration to drop the extradition case, stop trying to detain Julian Assange, and stop trying to use his case and other cases, including mine, to try to criminalize advocacy and try to criminalize activism and try to intimidate those who take on the structures of power that really hurt people around the world. Julian, we are with you. The world knows what is happening. We are coming to help you. We are here, and hopefully you will be free in short order. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name is Garland Nixon. I am currently a journalist. I retired, actually. I was in law enforcement for many, many years. I worked with the FBI's Joint Terrorism Task Force. I worked with the federal government, and I understand well how they work. It is critical that Julian Assange is freed, not just that we don't just work for his extradition. We work for his freedom, because the freedom of journalism and the ability of journalism to give proper information to our citizens is what is at risk here. The United States government is now claiming jurisdiction over the entire planet. They're claiming that Julian Assange was involved in journalism in another nation, and that they can claim that his journalism was a crime in a nation in which they have no jurisdiction. This is an extrajudicial act that should not be allowed anywhere in the world. This will give the United States the ability to go to all corners of the globe to grab anyone who pushes back against the warmongering, pushes back against the lies, pushes back against the attempts to overthrow governments and be involved in all kinds of malevolent actions, to grab these people, bring them to the United States, or bring them to a compliant vassal state and punish them through either extradition to the United States or simply leaving them in a compliant state until such time as they die. One of the certainly major issues here is to stop the extradition of Julian Assange, but let's not forget, that Julian Assange is innocent of any crime. In fact, he should be viewed as a hero. He has actually exposed the criminal activity, the violence, and the murderous intent of some of the most powerful people on earth, and those people are now acting to basically take his life. To create an example to any young people out here who would be motivated to embark on a similar journey in their life, to a person who may look at Julian Assange and the work that he's done and feel that it is critical for them to imitate that, to feel that it is critical for them to take the same journey. These people are being set up to live their lives in fear and to take another route because of the plight of Julian Assange. And what we have to demonstrate is that it's wrong, that we will not tolerate this, and we will not allow it to happen to anyone else. I think that we've got to get Julian Assange out, and Julian Assange should be hailed as a hero. I think that the tireless work of the people who are involved in the movement to free Assange should be rewarded, and they should all also be hailed as heroes. In the United States in particular, we have something that they don't have in many other countries in Europe and in Canada, and that is a First Amendment, a right to free speech and to the freedom of the press, and that right is now being encroached upon by the most vicious, violent people on earth. That if Julian Assange is extradited to the United States, prosecuted under the Espionage Act, and ultimately convicted, that, in my opinion, and in the opinion of many other experts, will be the death of the First Amendment, will be the end of freedom of the press. And what we'll end up with is a dual system of justice for the press in our country. And of course, since the United States is claiming extrajudicial jurisdiction throughout the world for journalists everywhere, wherein the people who are members of the mainstream press, who do nothing more than act as megaphones for the ruling elite, will have the freedom to continue with their moves to support the powerful, and those of us who, be they actual publishers and journalists like Julian Assange, or simply YouTube hosts and really not as powerful professional journalists such as myself, will likely face the same plight. So I support Julian Assange, and I continue to work as best I can, to contribute as best I can to the movement that will preserve our rights here in the United States, that will preserve the rights of journalists worldwide, and that will work to free an innocent man who has been mistreated for many, many years and whose life is at stake, along with the lives of many other journalists around the world. Thank you very much for your contribution. And all who watch this, you should look at yourself and ask what you can do to help Julian Assange, whether it's contributing financially, if you have something that you can contribute to his defense, or if you have any type of journalistic ability, if you can do your podcast, if you can talk to friends, if you can hold up a sign at a rally, anything you do, the more people that contribute, the better we are able to get our message to the ruling elite that the people out here will not tolerate journalism being killed, particularly in the metaphorical person of Julian Assange. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I'm Seth Stern, the Advocacy Director at the Freedom of the Press Foundation. We've been talking about Julian Assange's prosecution for quite some time. And whenever we do, it's inevitable someone's going to say, well, this has nothing to do with press freedom. Julian Assange isn't a journalist. Some might respond to that by arguing over whether he is one or not. And to us, that's just a distraction. It really makes no difference because he's being prosecuted for basically the dictionary definition of investigative journalism. Obtaining information from a source, Chelsea Manning, talking to Chelsea Manning over encrypted channels, publishing the information she gave him. There's no exception under the Espionage Act for journalists. Read it, you won't find one. Not a single one of the 17 Espionage Act charges that Assange is facing makes a distinction between journalists and non-journalists. So there's nothing in the law, if Assange is convicted, stopping future presidents from prosecuting journalists whatever you call journalists, under the exact same theory. We would just be trusting future presidents to use good judgment and not cross that line, make a distinction between the Julian Assanges of the world and whoever they consider to be real journalists. Good luck with that. You'd have to be really naive to trust future presidents to exercise that kind of restraint, not to mention the problems with having presidents decide who is and isn't a journalist in the first place. For one, Donald Trump is on the campaign trail loudly proclaiming his desire to lock up journalists. Do you think that he wouldn't use an Assange conviction as a weapon to punish and censor the enemy? That's what he calls the media. But this isn't just a Trump issue. About half the presidents since Nixon have seriously considered prosecuting journalists under the Espionage Act. There may be more. Those are just the ones we know about. Nixon impaneled a secret grand jury in hopes of indicting Neil Sheehan from the New York Times, as well as his wife, over the publication of the Pentagon Papers. You hear a lot about the Pentagon Papers, but it didn't stop there. The Ford administration had serious talks with the DOJ about indicting Seymour Hersh over his reporting. Reagan's administration at least twice thought about prosecuting journalists. His CIA director even met with the publisher of the Washington Post and threatened an Espionage Act prosecution. Alberto Gonzales, during the Bush administration, suggested prosecuting the New York Times under the Espionage Act, not just privately, but on ABC News. Now, none of them pulled the trigger. Why not? Well, probably because they knew that prosecuting a publisher of information under the Espionage Act would be unprecedented. It would draw public backlash. It would create political problems with them. Maybe it wouldn't hold up in court. But what if it wasn't unprecedented? Does anyone out there really think that not a single one of those presidents would have gone forward with prosecuting journalists if someone like Assange had come before them and had been prosecuted successfully? Of course they would have. And if he's successfully prosecuted now, of course future presidents will. Even if somehow they don't, journalists will know that they can, and they'll conduct themselves accordingly. Some journalists might be brave enough to risk a long prison sentence to expose wrongdoing, but not everyone's going to be willing to be a hero, and we're going to lose really valuable journalism as a result. When you see newsrooms collapsing, even the threat of legal fees for journalists to defend themselves is enough to make them self-censor, let alone the threat of being convicted. People are entitled to their opinions about Julian Assange. That's fine. We're not here to change anyone's mind about whether he's a real journalist or whether he's a good person. Think what you want to think. But if he comes first, a journalist you do like is going to come next, and another one and another one. And that's why his prosecution poses nothing less than an existential threat to the freedom of the press.
So I want to send this message of solidarity out to Julian Assange. Julian has been in jail now for years, waiting possible extradition to the United States on charges relating to free speech, relating to his participation in revealing U.S. war crimes in places like Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere. And that's what he's being punished for. And he's been held now for years without trial in one of the most egregious acts of due process violations I've ever seen. And apparently he's in bad physical and mental condition, not surprisingly, because he's been held in very difficult circumstances, which have included solitary confinement. Again, for doing nothing but spreading the truth. WikiLeaks has never had to apologize or correct any information they've ever released. That's pretty incredible. Very few news outlets can say that. Certainly the New York Times cannot say that. So the case of Julian Assange is really a case against free speech. It's a case against the anti-war movement. And it's one that people really need to rally around. We really need to rally around Julian Assange to oppose his extradition in the United States, to call for all charges to be dropped against him, and to allow him to go home. And again, he should be at home now, even pending these charges. He is not accused of any violent crimes. There's no reason he couldn't be under house arrest, for example, in the worst of circumstances. So this is very concerning, and we need to keep up the pressure, and we need to keep up the publicity on his situation, which grows more dire by the day. So there you have it. We have to rally around Julian Assange. It's really a case that's going to impact on the freedom of journalism and free speech for many years to come. This will be remembered really as a great travesty. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Vincent Estefano. I'm the National Organizing Director of Assange Defense. But you see a man behind me, and that is Michael Deutsch, the great lawyer Michael Deutsch. Michael Deutsch joined the People's Law Firm, which was started in 1969, and I'm happy to say that that law firm is still growing strong 55 years later. This is one of the preeminent law firms standing up for the voiceless. They represented people who were victims of police abuse and brutality. And much like Julian Assange, they also worked at uncovering information regarding people who've been wrongfully convicted and have been imprisoned for long periods of time. Now, thanks to the efforts of lawyers like Michael and the People's Law Office of Chicago, many of those people walk free today. Now, Michael has asked me to read a statement on his behalf, and I must say that I am honored to do so. I quote, "As a partner of the People's Law Office for over 50 years, I am now retired, I am honored to add my name to the human rights supporters calling on the U.S. government to dismiss its extradition demand and end all other efforts to criminalize the work of Julian Assange. As someone whose legal career focused on fighting all forms of political repression by the FBI and other U.S. police agencies, I believe the continued efforts to persecute Mr. Assange is a threat not only to him, but to all activists who are targeted for the exercise of their First Amendment rights to speak out against U.S. criminal activities at home and abroad." End quote. I wish to thank Michael for the statement, and I wish all of you within the sound of my voice to join Michael in speaking out for Julian Assange. It is only through our concerted efforts, raising our voices and acting out, that Julian will be free, and that's what we want. Free Assange now.
Hi, Jill Stein here, candidate for president with the Green Party and longtime advocate for Julian Assange. Julian Assange is the foremost publisher and journalist of our era, a hero who exposed war crimes, corruption, and torture committed by our government in our name. And for that, he's been brutally confined for over a decade, first in the Ecuadorian embassy in London, and then in the infamous Belmarsh prison. He's been subjected to an Orwellian legal prosecution that has systematically violated the rule of law and due process, and that's according to the UN Rapporteur on Torture, and subjected to character assassination campaigns and to actual government assassination plots. Julian Assange should be receiving a Medal of Honor, not another extradition hearing and a looming life sentence. On February 20th and 21st, Julian Assange will face the final phase of his extradition proceeding. I urge everyone to do everything in our power to stop this travesty that would send him to a U.S. trial with a virtually assured conviction and a sentence of 175 years for a ludicrous, unfounded charge of espionage. So please join me in helping to get the word out, because it's not just the life of Julian Assange that's in the crosshairs. It's the life of our democracy that's hanging in the balance, because the extradition of Julian Assange is an attack on press freedom, and a free press is the missing critical counterweight to government corruption and escalating militarism that's gone off the rails. The U.S. is now spending half of our congressional budget on the endless war machine wreaking havoc across the globe, from the genocidal war on Gaza to the disasters in Iraq and Afghanistan to 250 U.S. military missions into other countries in the past 30 years alone. And that's according to the Congressional Research Service. All the while, tens of millions of Americans are struggling without secure housing, health care, education, food, and more. So go to AssangeDefense.org and check out what you can do. And that includes calling your representatives to Congress and telling them to support H.R. 934 to drop all charges against Julian Assange, end this extradition, and let Julian go home to his family. We need a free press if there's to be any hope for democracy, humanity, peace, and the planet. So let's stand up for Julian Assange and fight for his freedom to defend our own. Thank you.
For those of us in New York City and across the United States who oppose injustice, imperialism, Zionism, Julian Assange is more than an individual. He's become the symbol of a generation or several generations who believe in a truly independent media. How many Julian Assanges do we need right now to tell the truth about what's happening in Rafah and across Gaza and across the occupied Palestine? How many Julian Assanges do we need right now to tell us the truth about a history of colonialism and plunder against the people of the Congo and the people of Sudan? How many Julian Assanges do we need right now to lay out for us why the Biden government just sent an additional $60 billion for a proxy war against Russian geopolitical strategic interests with the Ukrainian people trapped in the middle? We need to cultivate the Julian Assange method of journalism, a critical, independent journalism. And that's why Julian Assange has to be free. He should not be extradited to the United States, where he'll continue to have to endure isolation and even torture, according to all types of international bodies. It's clear why they hate Julian Assange so much, because they want to continue to wage their wars of pillage and imperialism and of Zionist colonization without any resistance. And Julian Assange is critical thinking and resistance.
Hi, everyone. Judge Andrew Napolitano here to speak a little bit about Julian Assange. Julian is an American hero and an international hero as well. Julian Assange is the most important journalist in the world at this moment in time, because he had the courage and intellectual fortitude to expose the fatal and maniacal excesses of the American government and its foreign policy in the Middle East. As a journalist, he received American secrets from someone. That someone was prosecuted and convicted for stealing the secrets. But under American law, under the U.S. Constitution, as interpreted by the Supreme Court in a famous case known as the Pentagon Papers case, when a journalist receives something of material interest to the public, it doesn't matter how he receives it, he is free to publish it without civil or criminal liability. The person who stole it and gave it to Julian has since had their sentence commuted, wisely, I think, by former President Obama. But Julian Assange languishes in a hellhole in a London prison because the American government, under the presidency of Donald Trump, decided to indict him for espionage and expose him to 175 years in jail. This is a profound injustice. He should not be tried for anything. You all know that. But now I add a word to the British judges and justices who will hear his final appeal before the end of this month. I am a former life-tenured judge in the United States of America, and I can tell you, Your Honors, most respectfully, that Julian Assange cannot get a fair trial in the United States on these charges. The bias against him, the prejudice in favor of the government, the exaggerated charges against him, the way he's been portrayed in the media will prevent him from getting a fair trial. If you allow the British government to be subservient to the American government and send this good and decent man to the United States, he will not only not get a fair trial, he'll never see the light of day. In America, and I know in Britain because we inherited our system from yours, judges should not slavishly follow the written law if it produces an unjust result. If you slavishly follow the written law of extradition and send Julian Assange here, you will kill him. A profoundly unjust result. Do the right thing, Your Honors. Be the heroes you can be, and set him free.
My name is John Mearsheimer, and I teach at the University of Chicago. My area of expertise is international relations. I'd like to say a few words today about the Julian Assange case. A determination will soon be made by the British High Court on whether to extradite Assange to the United States, where he has been indicted by the American government and will be put on trial. I am asking the court not to extradite him and instead to set him free. I believe this is a straightforward case. Let me explain. For starters, the case involves a wide variety of classified documents that Chelsea Manning, who was a government employee, leaked to Julian Assange, a journalist who ran WikiLeaks, a famous website that publishes classified and private documents that were not supposed to see the light of day. Manning was caught and punished because she was a government employee and she broke the law by leaking material that was classified to Assange. But Assange is a journalist and he did not break the law, as it is commonplace for journalists to publish classified information that is passed on to them by government insiders. If journalists in the United States were sent to jail for publishing classified material, the jails would be filled with many of America's most famous reporters from newspapers like the New York Times, the Washington Post, and the Wall Street Journal. But of course, that hardly ever happens. Simply put, newspapers publish classified material and hardly anybody ever goes to jail. Why is this the case? What is the reason for this situation? Governments of every type, and this includes liberal democracies like the United States and Britain, sometimes go to great lengths to hide their actions or their policies from public view, which makes it almost impossible for the public to evaluate and criticize their behavior. Given that governments sometimes act foolishly, even recklessly, this is not a good situation. Thus, a rich tradition has developed over time in the United States where insiders leak information about classified policies to journalists who publicize the information so that the public can evaluate it and push back hard against misguided policies. The most famous case that illustrates this phenomenon involves the famous Pentagon Papers, which were a multi-volume study of the American decision to enter the war in Vietnam in the 1964-65 period, and then escalated in subsequent years. Daniel Ellsberg, who was an insider and had access to classified material, leaked the papers in 1971 to the New York Times, which subsequently published them. The story in those documents was starkly at odds with what the Johnson administration had been telling the American people about U.S. policy in Vietnam. By most accounts at the time, and certainly since then, both Ellsberg and the New York Times performed an important public service. They exposed a bankrupt policy that underpinned a war that the U.S. could not win. Ellsberg did not go to jail, despite leaking classified information, although it did appear at the time that he might be sent to jail. Certainly, nobody at the New York Times went to jail because, again, journalists don't go to jail for publishing classified information in the United States. It is very important to remember that in the case of Julian Assange, he is not the equivalent of Ellsberg because he was not an insider who leaked the information. Chelsea Manning was the insider. Assange was the equivalent of the New York Times, and thus he should not be extradited so he can be put on trial in the United States. Unsurprisingly, government leaders do not like leaks unless they do the leaking, which they frequently do. Thus, they are powerfully inclined to punish those who do leak. And they even try, on occasion, to punish the journalists who publish the leaked material, as is the case with Assange. It is fair game for governments to go after leakers, but it is not acceptable for governments to go after journalists. Indeed, it would directly undermine freedom of the press, which is essential for monitoring governments and holding them accountable when they pursue misguided policies. In fact, one of the main reasons that the US government is so determined to put Assange behind bars is that he has exposed malfeasance by US policymakers. In my opinion, that is all for the good and essential for making a liberal democracy like the United States work as efficiently and wisely as possible. Two final points. First, it is important to emphasize that nobody was hurt because of the documents that Assange published. Nobody's life was put in danger because of what he posted on WikiLeaks, and certainly nobody was killed. For sure, the misguided actions of many US policymakers were exposed because of what Assange did. But that, in my opinion, is all for the good. Second, Assange has already paid a huge price for his actions. He has effectively been in prison for years. Sending him to the United States, where he is likely to be convicted and sentenced to a long jail term, would be a case of cruel and unusual punishment. For all these reasons, I respectfully ask the British High Court not to extradite Assange to the United States. In my opinion, that would clearly be the right decision. Thank you.
For almost 50 years, I practiced constitutional law in the United States with a major focus on First Amendment law and freedom of speech and freedom of the press. I've been fortunate enough to write about these subjects and publish a wide range of articles and books on the topic. Few Americans are aware that for over a decade, the US government has been engaged in one of the greatest threats to freedom of the press in American history. And I'm talking about the prosecution and I believe persecution of Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks. In November 2010, the New York Times, the Guardian newspaper, Le Monde, El Paz, and Der Spiegel published a series of revelations in cooperation with WikiLeaks that made headlines around the world. Known as Cablegate, a set of 251,000 confidential cables from U.S. State Department disclosed corruption, diplomatic scandals, and spy affairs on an international scale. According to the Times, the documents told the unvarnished story of how the government makes its biggest decisions, the decisions that cost the country most heavily in lives and money. Now, the Obama administration declined to prosecute Assange, reportedly due to the New York Times problem. How could the government prosecute Assange but not prosecute the nation's most recognized newspaper, which published the very same leaks of national security information? In January of 2021, British criminal court judge Vanessa Barrister denied the U.S. government's request to extradite Assange, given the fact that he'd been confined in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years and held in the Belmarsh high security prison since April 2019. The judge found that Assange's medical condition is such that it would be oppressive to extradite him to the United States of America. But instead of simply accepting that decision and distancing itself from the Trump administration's outrageous indictment of Assange, the Biden DOJ appealed that ruling and convinced the British high courts to reverse the judge. Hearings will be heard in shortly to challenge that and seek further appeal, but that is Assange's last chance in the British courts to gain his freedom. On November 28, 2022, declaring that publishing is not a crime, the editors and publishers of the 5 international media outlets that had published the WikiLeaks revelations 12 years earlier released a joint letter calling on the U.S. government to end its prosecution of Assange. Quote, obtaining and disclosing sensitive information when necessary in the public interest is a core part of the daily work of journalists. If that work is criminalized, our public discourse and our democracies are made significantly weaker, unquote. Editors at major media organizations have decried the prosecution's chilling effect on the American press. Washington Post executive editor Marty Baron said the indictment, quote, undermines the very purpose of the First Amendment. And USA Today editor-in-chief Nicole Carroll has called it a chilling attack on press freedom and the public's right to know. According to Jamal Jaffer of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University, the charges against Assange, quote, rely almost entirely on conduct that investigative journalists engage in every day. The indictment should be understood as a frontal attack on press freedom, unquote. The indictment alleges Assange violated the Espionage Act by obtaining, receiving, possessing, and publishing national defense information, and by recruiting sources and soliciting confidential documents by maintaining a website indicating that it accepts such materials. But that's exactly what investigative journalists do every day. They regularly recruit and solicit sources, use encrypted or anonymous communication channels, receive and accept confidential information, and publish it. It's not a crime, and it's entitled to the full protection of the First Amendment. Advocacy groups point out that countries like China and Russia will seize on the prosecution of Assange as a welcome precedent to use against journalists who publish stories critical of their regimes. Extraditing a foreigner for publishing sensitive information provides cover for nations seeking to target journalists and dissidents, even non-citizens. For example, the Assange case complicates efforts to condemn Russia's inexcusable persecution of Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich. As the Freedom of the Press Foundation's director Trevor Timm rightly argues, quote, the Biden administration calls to free Gershkovich, which have a lot more meaning if they weren't attempting to prosecute a publisher for espionage here in the United States. In their new book, A Century of Repression, The Espionage Act and Freedom of the Press, Ralph Engelman and Carrie Schenkman call the act, quote, the most important yet least understood piece of legislation threatening the free flow of information in U.S. history, because it does not permit consideration of the value of leaked secrets to discourse about U.S. politics, the appropriateness of the material's original classification, or whether the national defense was harmed by the secret's exposure. The prosecution of Assange seeks to break new legal ground. The notion of charging someone, not for actually stealing or leaking government secrets, but for receiving and publishing them, has never been definitively tested in court, because until now, the government has never had the audacity to bring such charges. The Supreme Court has said that a free press cannot be made to rely solely upon the sufferance of the government to supply it with information. This is correct and repeatedly held by the court that journalists are entitled to publish true and newsworthy information, even if their sources obtained or released that information unlawfully. Journalists have relied on sources who broke the law to report some of the most important stories in American history. Application of the Espionage Act that would prohibit them from doing so deprive the public of important news reporting. Democracy depends on a robust, wide-open free press. It is shameful that the Biden administration has fully embraced Trump's prosecution of Assange and is actively seeking to extradite Assange to the U.S. Publishing information that exposes government wrongdoing is what the First Amendment is all about. The Assange prosecution tests whether we can remain true to that principle. We dare not fail that test. The prosecution of Julian Assange should be dismissed. Julian Assange should be free and able to join his family and continue his work to expose wrongdoing and war crimes at the heart of what the First Amendment is all about. Thank you very much.
So, hello. What was your name again?
John Furs.
From London?
From London.
Oh,
yes,
fantastic.
yes.
So, what's brought you down here today, John?
Well, I've been following this for the last 5 years, actually.
Yeah.
I'm a filmmaker, and I've been for a long time wanting to see if there's some kind of popular movement going that's, if you like, progressive. And I've been doing something about the NHS, and then I saw a Julian demonstration, and I went and joined it, and I decided to start filming, and I made a film for the short film for the campaign.
Oh, fantastic.
The Psychological Torture of Julian Assange. Not in our name, it's called.
Right. Oh, amazing.
The Psychological Torture of Julian Assange.
Excellent.
Anyway.
Well, it's a lot of. I think the movement. You said that you started, 5 years ago, and to join the movement. But how do you think the movement's gone? Do you think it's grown in the last 5 years?
Not enough.
Right.
Not enough. I mean, it's impressive today, isn't it? There's people from all over the world.
There is, yeah.
And a lot of media here. Yesterday is the first time I felt the slight twinge of optimism. I have to say, I hardly dare say it. But I can see that there could be a very British compromise, that he's not well enough to be extradited. They don't have to make a declaration of innocence or guilt.
Yes,
I can see that could, I hardly dare say it.
I know,
I don't know what the odds at William Hill would be, but...
I am exactly the same. I feel exactly the same as you. I'm optimistic, but I don't know what that looks like. And it's like you don't even allow yourself to feel that with everything that's happened previously when it comes to Julian Assange.
It's just a kind of gut feeling, really. I suddenly got it yesterday afternoon, having been very pessimistic in the morning. And I just suddenly thought, no, this could make sense, actually.
I think so. And especially, so you know what happened in Australia with the Parliament over in Australia. Last week, they voted to bring Julian Assange home, so including the Prime Minister. So that was a very good outcome for Australia finally starting to step up.
So you mean if he was extradited?
No, they're saying that it has to be brought to a close and that they want him to be brought home. So they support Julian, Really? What do you think that the British government should be doing? Because how do you feel like they've handled this situation?
Absolutely appalling. No, they're totally appalling. I mean, this government's the worst government, not just in living memory, but probably anybody's memory.
Because like all the things that, Britain was founded on and having the moral high ground that somehow didn't... Yeah.
It's complete bollocks. It's all complete bollocks. Everybody knows we've got a corrupt government. I mean, we know that. I mean, the Julian case is really, really important for very obvious reasons. Democracy is under threat absolutely everywhere. Absolutely everywhere, and it's being squelched everywhere too, and very badly.
And free speech.
Yeah, of course, and it's appalling. Our media are appalling here. The BBC, I mean, they're all of that. I don't watch the BBC really anymore. I don't even read the Guardian. I just, it's. I think the media have got a lot to be very ashamed about.
Absolutely.
They're beginning to register that a little.
I think so, because they're losing people. But thank you so much for talking with us today. I really appreciate it. Yeah.
Okay.
I'm here in solidarity with Julian Assange because the British government, when they tried to arrest him, because he's fighting for human rights and not only for all the people being oppressed, but this includes all entire worldwide, because if British recognize Magna Carta as freedom who have been founded by this country, but sometimes they abuse their own law to arrest and put Julian Assange in the prison. This is broken their own law. So from West Papua, we stand solidarity with Julian Assange until he needs to be free. There's no reason British government to hold him in the prison. He needs to be released immediately. Solidarity.
I did not know such a thing exists. All right.
All right, Russell, tell us your name and tell us the organization that you are with, please, and what that organization does for us every Friday.
What you're talking about? My international gun running operation, or the politics?
Oh no, we weren't going to talk about that. We'll get that later.
We'll talk about it later.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm Russell Dobular. I'm with Due Dissidents. I am the occasional guest host for the great Jimmy Dore, and that's basically the gig.
That's basically the gig. So what do you think of what's going on here today and yesterday? What have you seen so far? I know you've been doing lots of interviews yourself. Tell us what you've discovered.
It's this is the great battle of our time, or one of the fronts on the great battle of our time. This is a moment where I personally believe that there is a global elite that is not conspiring in some shadowy 23rd Order of the Freemasons underground cavern. It's out in the open.
They have daylight.
Davos, the IMF, the WEF, openly, it is a neo-aristocracy with the aristocratic belief that they know best for the peasants. And ultimately, they should rule. And really what they are is the Andrew Carnegie variation on aristocracy. He wrote a treatise laying out his philosophy of philanthropy, and it's going to sound very familiar to anyone who's tracked Bill Gates over the years. His idea was that the government should not really interfere very much in the workings of the marketplace. It should be Darwinian.
Yes.
And superior men, well, at the time, obviously, we're just talking about men.
Just men.
Superior men like himself will rise to the top. But then this was the twist with him. He felt that then if you've accumulated this wealth from society, you should give it back. But again, there should be no popular expression of popular will, because clearly you won the Darwinian battle of capitalism. Who knows better how to serve the lower orders than a man like Andrew Carnegie? Bill Gates is a modern version of that. Elon Musk is a modern version of that. Silicon Valley is very much animated by that vision. This is really a battle between an elite neo-aristocracy that believes it has the right to tell everyone else how they should live, and that the peasants should go along with it. Any expression the peasants have through social media, through the internet, through the press, this is right-wing. They throw what Matt Taibbi calls throw the ick on it, right?
Yes.
You just say right-wing, and that's it. Anything, they have come to define democracy as right-wing. They won't phrase it that way, but that's really what they're saying. The popular will, any expression of the popular will is right-wing. And when you look at the foot soldiers, a lot of people have come to call this NPCs, non-player characters, right? You can also call them the liberal class. These are society's hall monitors. They've been there in every age. They are the people who have just enough to have something to lose and not enough to express their own opinion. Those are always the foot soldiers of the elites, and those are the people who are ignoring this while losing their minds about Navalny.
Now, let me ask you a question. Actually, two questions. First and foremost, with that in mind, tell me why you think Julian Assange is so epically important.
He is epically important because he is the bulwark against this elite class completely taking over our speech rights under the premise of protecting us, protecting the public. If they can get away with this, no one will ever be safe again. And Julian, in a lot of respects, he was the pioneer in showing them what the potential for expression of popular will and opinion and exposing the crimes of government there was in the internet. Tucker Carlson just did a very interesting interview with a guy who was an officer in the State Department, Mike Benz.
Yes.
And he laid out essentially the governments, the intelligence services thought the internet was their friend when they were using freedom of speech to foment revolutions among unfriendly governments, the Arab Spring and so on.
So it's the chickens coming home to roost?
Exactly. When Julian, with WikiLeaks specifically, started publishing government secrets, they said, oh shit, this can turn against us. And then when that continued forward with stations like ours, stations like Jimmy's, people like yourself, people speaking on the internet without gatekeepers. You see, we have a tendency, Taibbi actually probably speaks about this the most because he grew up in journalism, about what journalism used to be. And he makes it very clear they tried to be objective as a business model. We tend to think of it as an ideal, and I'm sure it was for a lot of journalists, but he points out, because you didn't want to lose Republicans, you didn't want to lose Democrats, so that's where objective journalism really comes from. But as Chomsky will point out, and as Taibbi will certainly agree with, there were always these gatekeepers. There were always, particularly in the area of foreign policy.
They were manufacturing
They were manufacturing consent. They always did that. And now having these platforms that not only allow people to get around these gatekeepers, but that have become enormously more popular than those gatekeepers.
Yes.
This is a problem for them, and Julian is on the front lines of that broad battle between what I think is a global elite that really wants to take away what are not the first vestiges of democracy they're taking away, the last vestiges we have left, so that they can have complete control.
With the last vestiges of democracy, I want to go back to that second question I wanted to ask you. We're talking about us, the peasants.
The peasants, yeah.
The proletarian, the lumpen proletariat. What do you suggest they do?
You know, I have a pretty interesting background for a cat doing this. I grew up blue collar in a pretty, rough neighborhood. I took my first pinch for breaking into a corporation building when I was 16. I was a consummate delinquent.
Mm-hmm.
And my experience has always been, this is the problem with the left, broadly defined. Okay, if you can get the working class, those are the people who can really have the balls to overthrow the system. But there's always been this divide between left intellectuals and their cultural signaling, because they tend to be drawn from a class that the working class has a reflexively negative reaction to. So very often you look at a lot of social commentators and political commentators who are on the left, even ones who do good work. And I can tell you, being from the street, if these people walked into my neighborhood bar where I come from and started trying to organize people, just the whole way they present would turn people off immediately. This has always been a big problem for the left. So it's not so much what does the working class need to do. The working class is naturally rebellious. They are naturally skeptical of authority because bowing to authority has never benefited them. When you grow up poor, when you grow up blue collar, your perspective on authority is that it's there to fuck you. So they're already there. You don't have to convince them of that. What I would say is the left needs better leaders who on the one can straddle that line between being able to talk about theory, the overall project, without the condescension and frankly, without some of the very extreme culture war projects that certain elements of the left have decided in their wisdom to lead with.
That the elite
much to their
use
detriment.
to divide us.
Well, of course they do. They love it.
They love it.
I always say to people who subscribe to that, if it were any threat to power, they wouldn't put it on the side of a Starbucks cup.
Exactly.
You're never going to see a hammer and sickle being tweeted out by Amazon.
Well, Russell, thank you very, very much.
All right. Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you.
Okay. Andrew, thank you so much for making your way all the way over to Britain for this historic trial of Julian Assange and the leave to appeal. What was your takeout today, and what sort of message would you like to give to people?
Well, I haven't attended earlier court cases, but I've heard the comment today that this court seems to be a bit more inquisitive. So, fingers crossed, it might signal that it will give permission for Julian to appeal one last time.
Yeah.
Everyone here obviously hopes so.
Absolutely.
That Julian gets one last chance. I mean, the downside of that is that it means you'll be stuck in Belmarsh while another appeal goes ahead. But I tell you what, that's a downside better than being on a plane to the US and rotting in a US prison instead of rotting in a UK prison.
Exactly.
I think also that if Julian is successful in this court case, I mean, it sends a signal to the US. Do you really want to just keep bumbling on with this? Maybe it is time to just bring it to an end and drop the charges and allow Julian free, allow him to be reunited with his family, allow him to return to Australia if that's his choice. Mm-hmm. It's interesting that back home, a clear majority of Australians now are firmly of the view that regardless of what they think of Julian, and some people don't like him. But there's an overwhelming majority of Australians and parliamentarians who say this has gone on long enough. It must be brought to an end.
I just want to speak on your motion in front of the Australian Parliament and congratulate you on that, because I know that you've been working tirelessly. You've been a steadfast advocate for Julian Assange. And I'm not sure if you're aware of just what's happened overnight, because I got woken up at 4 o'clock British time. But the South Australian Parliament has just passed a motion similar to yours. So the first state in Australia.
Well, that's wonderful news.
So you have kicked off this whole chain of events from your motion, which I think you should be very proud of.
Oh, I'm stoked. That's wonderful, wonderful news.
It was I'll just give her a call out. So, sorry, Tammy Franks, MLC, Greens, and Frank Pangallo, a former journalist, now MLC member in South Australia, doing some amazing jobs.
That's great news.
Yeah.
I tell you what, it's also good, particularly when you remember that my motion last week it was very, very soft. It was, I had it very soft to try and get support for it.
Yes.
It did include, though, a phrase referring to the evidence of shocking US misconduct, words to that effect. Now, the fact that the Parliament, including the Cabinet and the Prime Minister, voted for a motion with a statement like that referring to shocking US misconduct, I think it's just a little sign, but it's a sign that maybe Australia is growing up a little.
We need to take our sovereignty back in regards to standing up for our citizens robustly.
Yeah, and I think being just a little bit more assertive than we need to be with Washington.
Absolutely. I mean, I won't go into the back of AUKUS and things like that, but we do have a lot of leverage, and I think that it's about time that we did bring our boy home.
Indeed.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Free Julian Assange. Thank you very much, Andrew Wilkie. A pleasure.
Hi everybody, day 2 for Day X. We are here at the Royal Courts of Justice in London, and still people are gathered aside. We are ready for a march, and we are meeting now Tatiana Bazzichelli from Disruption Lab Berlin. And Tatiana, may I ask you, what's the vibe here? You have been here also yesterday, I guess, and what are the feelings involved in this big crowd, so many people coming from different countries as well?
Yeah, I'm very happy actually that I managed to come from Berlin with the team of the Disruption Lab, because we think it's very important to be here in this moment. It's really a moment in history, and we really need to be here for Julian Assange and to fight what is going on at the moment, because we all think that this trial shouldn't even be happening. Is really a situation in which we all need to fight for freedom of the press and for Julian.
Correct.
And the vibe, you say, I think here is full of very committed people that are under the rain, that have been here since very early in the morning. It's important what everyone is doing, because we need to be loud and show our presence for this cause that for me is one of the most important at the moment, and is representing what is also happening in the world. We are witnessing a lot of wars at the moment in Europe and worldwide, and what Julian was saying in this respect is something that we really have to keep in mind, to denounce crimes, misconducts, and to fight for the truth.
Thank you, Tatiana. And can you please tell us more about Disruption Lab? How is involved in the Assange cause?
So we have been working for many years on whistleblowing, and especially we work also a lot on military whistleblowing. We organize conference events, workshops in Berlin at the Kunstquartier Bethanien. Last year, for example, we invited Stella to speak. We published a book that is called Whistleblowing for Change. If people are interested, they can download it for free. Our website is disruptionlab.org. You can get the book. There are many people that wrote, including whistleblowers, investigative journalists, truth tellers. There is also a chapter about Julian and the fact that he was inspired by Daniel Ellsberg when he started. And we are trying also to bring along the message of whistleblowers and trying to convey the truth when it's important and possible to do.
Thank you. So please follow Disruption Lab and keep following us, liking our YouTube channel, and of course, free Assange.
And keep fighting.
Free Assange.
Free Assange.
Let me ask you this question. Is press freedom for real? If you continue reading and listening to the mainstream media, this freedom is fine, thank you. But if you doubt whatever they say, then time has come to save the life of Julian Assange. Who is Assange? Simply the editor who dared to publish documents that prove crimes committed by the United States and the great corporations. For keeping up with this kind of journalism, Assange was arrested by the CIA and handed over to the British government. Next Tuesday, a British court will consider Assange's last appeal against extradition to the United States. If that happens, he could spend the rest of his life in a maximum security prison in America without having committed any crime, just for boldly doing his job. On February 20th, people like you and me will take the streets to the world to report this abuse. Join us. Let's follow Julian Assange and stay behind the truth. We want justice. We want freedom for Julian Assange. Free Assange now.
This is the last call for Julian Assange, and this is the last call for us. Unless we stop his extradition, he will be put in prison for life for revealing war crimes, like those you can see in the collateral murder video, for revealing civilian deaths in Afghanistan on which not even the United Nations mission in Afghanistan has data, for revealing 15,000 innocent civilian deaths never accounted for in Iraq, for revealing torture and horrific abuses from Iraq to Guantanamo, and how our governments, not just the United States government, but many governments, including mine, the Italian government, were complicit. As an investigative journalist who has worked on all WikiLeaks documents and revelations from the very beginning, I still remember how exciting it was to access files which allowed us to compare what the propaganda machine was telling us and what had really happened. If Julian Assange deserves life in prison, I deserve the same, as I have published the same revelations, as have hundreds of colleagues around the world. Why? Because unless we journalists are able to reveal extremely serious crimes like war crimes and torture, what is the purpose of journalism? And unless the public has the right to know what our governments are doing in our name and with our money, we go authoritarians. So this is the last call for Julian Assange and for our right to know and to live in a free society.
You all know that Julian Assange is a heroic whistleblower. He stood up for democracy. He stood against the surveillance state. He stood against government corruption. He's battled for all of our freedoms, and he made the tremendous sacrifice where he now is jailed and faces life imprisonment and extradition to the United States. The urgency to pardon him cannot wait. It can't wait till I become president. We need to get it done now. Please sign the petition urging President Biden to immediately pardon Julian Assange. Thank you all very much.
For almost 50 years, I practiced constitutional law in the United States with a major focus on First Amendment law and freedom of speech and freedom of the press. I've been fortunate enough to write about these subjects and publish a wide range of articles and books on the topic. Few Americans are aware that for over a decade, the US government has been engaged in one of the greatest threats to freedom of the press in American history. And I'm talking about the prosecution and I believe persecution of Julian Assange, the founder of WikiLeaks. In November 2010, the New York Times, the Guardian newspaper, Le Monde, El Paz, and Der Spiegel published a series of revelations in cooperation with WikiLeaks that made headlines around the world. Known as Cablegate, a set of 251,000 confidential cables from US State Department disclosed corruption, diplomatic scandals, and spy affairs on an international scale. According to the Times, the documents told the unvarnished story of how the government makes its biggest decisions, the decisions that cost the country most heavily in lives and money. Now, the Obama administration declined to prosecute Assange, reportedly due to the New York Times problem. How could the government prosecute Assange but not prosecute the nation's most recognized newspaper, which published the very same leaks of national security information? In January of 2021, British criminal court judge Vanessa Barrister denied the US government's request to extradite Assange, given the fact that he'd been confined in the Ecuadorian embassy for 7 years and held in the Belmarsh high security prison since April 2019. The judge found that Assange's medical condition is such that it would be oppressive to extradite him to the United States of America. But instead of simply accepting that decision and distancing itself from the Trump administration's outrageous indictment of Assange, the Biden DOJ appealed that ruling and convinced the British High Courts to reverse the judge. Hearings will be heard shortly to challenge that and seek further appeal, but that is Assange's last chance in the British courts to gain his freedom. On November 28, 2022, declaring that publishing is not a crime, the editors and publishers of the 5 international media outlets that had published the WikiLeaks revelations 12 years earlier released a joint letter calling on the US government to end its prosecution of Assange. Quote, obtaining and disclosing sensitive information when necessary in the public interest is a core part of the daily work of journalists. If that work is criminalized, our public discourse and our democracies are made significantly weaker, unquote. Editors at major media organizations have decried the prosecution's chilling effect on the American press. Washington Post executive editor Marty Barron said the indictment, quote, undermines the very purpose of the First Amendment. And USA Today editor-in-chief Nicole Carroll has called it a chilling attack on press freedom and the public's right to know. According to Jamal Jaffer of the Knight First Amendment Institute at Columbia University, the charges against Assange, quote, rely almost entirely on conduct that investigative journalists engage in every day, soliciting confidential documents by maintaining a website indicating that it accepts such materials. But that's exactly what investigative journalists do every day. They regularly recruit and solicit sources, use encrypted or anonymous communication channels, receive and accept confidential information, and publish it. It's not a crime, and it's entitled to the full protection of the First Amendment. Advocacy groups point out that countries like China and Russia will seize on the prosecution of Assange as a welcome precedent to use against journalists who publish stories critical of their regimes. Extraditing a foreigner for publishing sensitive information provides cover for nations seeking to target journalists and dissidents, even non-citizens. For example, the Assange case complicates efforts to condemn Russia's inexcusable persecution of Wall Street Journal's Evan Gershkovich. As the Freedom of the Press Foundation's director Trevor Timm rightly argues, quote, the Biden administration calls to free Gershkovich, which have a lot more meaning if they weren't attempting to prosecute a publisher for espionage here in the United States. In their new book, A Century of Repression, The Espionage Act and Freedom of the Press, Ralph Engelman and Carrie Schenkman call the act, quote, the most important yet least understood piece of legislation threatening the free flow of information in U.S. history, because it does not permit consideration of the value of leaked secrets to discourse about U.S. politics, the appropriateness of the material's original classification, or whether the national defense was harmed by the secret's exposure. The prosecution of Assange seeks to break new legal ground. The notion of charging someone, not for actually stealing or leaking government secrets, but for receiving and publishing them, has never been definitively tested in court, because until now, the government has never had the audacity to bring such charges. The Supreme Court has said that a free press cannot be made to rely solely upon the sufferance of the government to supply it with information. This is correct and repeatedly held by the court that journalists are entitled to publish true and newsworthy information, even if their sources obtained or released that information unlawfully. Journalists have relied on sources who broke the law to report some of the most important stories in American history. Application of the Espionage Act that would prohibit them from doing so deprive the public of important news reporting. Democracy depends on a robust, wide-open free press. It is shameful that the Biden administration has fully embraced Trump's prosecution of Assange and is actively seeking to extradite Assange to the U.S. Publishing information that exposes government wrongdoing is what the First Amendment is all about. The Assange prosecution tests whether we can remain true to that principle. We dare not fail that test. The prosecution of Julian Assange should be dismissed. Julian Assange should be free and able to join his family and continue his work to expose wrongdoing and war crimes at the heart of what the First Amendment is all about. Thank you very much.
This is the final domestic appeal for Mr. Assange. This is the end of the line for his range of appeals, some successful, some unsuccessful. It's very important that this case is considered very carefully because of these very dire consequences for Mr. Assange's health and well-being. My role as UN Special Rapporteur is to speak out whenever someone may be sent to where they face a real risk to torture or inhuman or degrading treatment. This is a process that is going through the courts, but ultimately it's up to the Secretary of State to determine whether the extradition will take place should the court permit it. The United Kingdom is a party to the UN Convention Against Torture as well as the European Convention on human rights. Both of them have an equivalent article, Article 3, which prohibits states from sending people to where they may face this type of treatment. There's a high likelihood that any form of isolation and solitary confinement, especially prolonged solitary confinement, will have an irreparable impact on Mr. Assange's psychological and even potentially physical health. The world is watching this case very, very closely. I would like to see that the United States and the United Kingdom come to some resolution, and that resolution does not require Mr. Assange to be extradited to the United States, given his current medical conditions.
So what are you guys doing here today?
So my name's Kendra, and I'm with Denver Action to Free Assange, and we're here today. We're a small group of activists, and we want to send a clear message to our elected representatives. We believe that they have an indisputable constitutional responsibility to uphold the First Amendment and by extension to free Julian Assange. And we thought we would write our request to them where everybody can see it, in chalk on the steps of the Capitol. It's just chalk, it will wash away, be erased by the wind, rain, or snow in a few days. But the video we make here today will not be erased. And we'll do our best to make sure that many, many American citizens and even people around the world who feel as strongly about this issue as we do see it.
Here's the message you guys want to deliver here today.
It's a message to our local and federal representatives. We voted for you. We elected you to be our representatives. We want you to listen to what we're saying. We want you to listen to your own conscience. We want you to do the right thing. We want you to step up.
Since when is it a crime?
A report on secretive, illegal, and immoral criminal acts by the members of our government.
To expose corrupt, treasonous members of government sworn to uphold the Constitution for which it stands.
To count on, rely on, and trust in the principle of freedom of speech in reporting the truth.
To hold you, our representatives, accountable to uphold that principle.
Courageous journalist Julian Assange is not a criminal.
He is a hero acting in the living spirit of our individual sovereign freedom.
We ask you to not be hypocritical, negligent, misinformed, and disingenuous.
We ask you to do the right thing, represent us, we the people, and represent yourselves. Uphold your sworn oath
To the United States Constitution. We know who you are. We're watching, waiting for you to act with integrity. To step up, to do the right thing.
Free Julian Assange now. Now.
Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange! Free Julian Assange!
Hello, I'm Vincent Estefano. I'm the National Organizing Director of Assange Defense. But you see a man behind me, and that is Michael Deutsch, the great lawyer Michael Deutsch. Michael Deutsch joined the People's Law Firm, which was started in 1969, and I'm happy to say that that law firm is still growing strong 55 years later. This is one of the preeminent law firms standing up for the voiceless. They represented people who were victims of police abuse and brutality. And much like Julian Assange, they also worked at uncovering information regarding people who've been wrongfully convicted and have been imprisoned for long periods of time. Now, thanks to the efforts of lawyers like Michael and the People's Law Office of Chicago, many of those people walk free today. Now, Michael has asked me to read a statement on his behalf, and I must say that I am honored to do so. I quote, "As a partner of the People's Law Office for over 50 years, I am now retired. I am honored to add my name to the human rights supporters calling on the U.S. government to dismiss its extradition demand and end all other efforts to criminalize the work of Julian Assange. As someone whose legal career focused on fighting all forms of political repression by the FBI and other U.S. police agencies, I believe the continued efforts to persecute Mr. Assange is a threat not only to him, but to all activists who are targeted for the exercise of their First Amendment rights to speak out against U.S. criminal activities at home and abroad. End quote. I wish to thank Michael for the statement, and I wish all of you within the sound of my voice to join Michael in speaking out for Julian Assange. It is only through our concerted efforts, raising our voices and acting out, that Julian will be free. And that's what we want. Free Assange now.
Julian Assange is facing charges for doing what journalists do all the time, publishing materials provided by a source, materials which a powerful state would like to keep secret. Those charges against him in the United States, his possible extradition and his probable treatment in the US constitute all of that human rights violations and major threat to press freedom.
So I want to send this message of solidarity out to Julian Assange. Julian has been in jail now for years, waiting possible extradition to the United States on charges relating to free speech, relating to his participation in revealing U.S. war crimes in places like Iraq and Afghanistan and elsewhere. And that's what he's being punished for. And he's been held now for years without trial in one of the most egregious acts of due process violations I've ever seen. And apparently he's in bad physical and mental condition. Not surprisingly, because he's been held in very difficult circumstances, which have included solitary confinement. Again, for doing nothing but spreading the truth. WikiLeaks has never had to apologize or correct any information they've ever released. That's pretty incredible. Very few news outlets can say that. Certainly the New York Times cannot say that. So the case of Julian Assange is really a case against free speech. It's a case against the anti-war movement. And it's one that people really need to rally around. We really need to rally around Julian Assange to oppose his extradition in the United States, to call for all charges to be dropped against him, and to allow him to go home. And again, he should be at home now, even pending these charges. He is not accused of any violent crimes. There's no reason he couldn't be under house arrest, for example, in the worst of circumstances. So this is very concerning, and we need to keep up the pressure, and we need to keep up the publicity on his situation, which grows more dire by the day. So there you have it. We have to rally around Julian Assange. It's really a case that's going to impact on the freedom of journalism and free speech for many years to come. This will be remembered really as a great travesty. Thank you.
I think there's a hopeful aspect, which is that this case is completely absurd. I mean, it's a concoction. It's spurious. It's an aberration, really, because it's criminalizing journalism. That's what it's doing. It's criminalizing the truth. It's criminalizing the public's right to know, and so on. And so that means that that it's possible for it to that means that it's extremely shaky and it has no legitimacy, and that Julian is this close to freedom. Public awareness is really important. I think Julian's case is fascinating. I mean, I'm not just saying it because he's my husband and because I want to free him. It's all I was telling you about, the CIA's murder plots and the whistleblowers in Spain, and then there's a court case and the Spanish police raiding the office of the security company, and hard drives with Julian's legal meetings and illegal spying and all this stuff. And so I'd say the most important thing is for people to follow this case and show up at the hearing if they can, if they're nearby, or if they can get there.
Where is it?
The hearing will be at the Royal Courts of Justice on the 20th and the 21st of February, starting at 8:30, both days. There will be a march after the second day to Downing Street, and it's about showing public support, that the public is disgusted with what is being done, that it's not just Julian that is being who is under attack and imprisoned, but it's actually what he represents, which is the public's access to information, to the truth. Follow me on social media. I'm on Instagram. I'm on X.
Stella Assange.
Stella_Assange on X. And read up. I mean, there's a lot of information out there about what I've been talking about. And
if he's not extradited, that's a success. But then does he remain in Belmarsh prison?
Well, he's in Belmarsh without conviction. He's not even charged in the UK.
This is mad.
It's completely mad. He's just being warehoused in the highest security prison in the land. And, I emphasize, for publishing the truth, for doing exactly what the journalists in big media organizations are doing on a daily basis. He's being made an example of in order to intimidate the press generally. And so if he loses, then either they'll extradite him or they'll keep him in that prison unless he gets bail. But the US is opposing bail, and so far the UK courts have sided with the United States, keeping him in prison. If he wins, he'll be released. Well, if he'll be released down the road. I mean, if he wins this round, that means there will be a full appeal. But the UK isn't keeping him for any other reason than a US extradition request, for which there is no conviction. But there is this absurd Espionage Act case that they've brought for the first time ever against a publisher. And, it's just it's antithetical to what liberal democracies, stand for. You can't have a true democracy if you don't have the freedom to publish.
At this point, I usually ask for a heretic you admire. You don't have to say Julian, but who is a heretic you admire?
Well, I was thinking about this. My favorite heretic, of course, is Julian. There's a heretic, an Australian journalist whose name is Wilfred Burchett. I think Burchett. He was the one who revealed. So he was basically embedded with the Allied troops during the Second World War, and he was with the U.S. troops in Japan, and then the U.S. bombed Hiroshima, and there was an order to not go to Hiroshima, but he went anyway, in violation of this order, and he just went on his own. 30 days after Hiroshima, the Hiroshima bomb dropped, and he published. Well, he I think it was for a UK paper. He revealed the the radiation fallout of the bomb, because up until that point there was a cover-up. And there was another guy, William Lawrence. He was working for the New York Times, and there's a New York Times front page saying no radiation in Hiroshima after bomb. And he was told to basically counter Burchell? Wilfred Burchett, I think it is.
Yeah.
And he was also being...
I'll put in the description whichever one it was.
Yeah. And this New York Times reporter was also being paid by the War Department at the time, so he was kind of doing a dual function. But I think this kind of highlights that Julian's role as a kind of the journalist telling inconvenient truths that affect national security. This is nothing new. And you had the mainstream papers spinning the story, covering it up, getting instructions to play down the uncontrolled narrative. So it's not, nothing of this is new. But the tools that are being used to attack the independent journalist, the heretic, are a lot more sophisticated and severe. Julian's facing 175 years in the US for publishing, and he's not even American, he's Australian. He has nothing to do with the US except that he revealed their crimes.
Absolutely crazy. It's crazy. Well, look, I support you, and I hope that the viewers will support as well. Please do go and follow Stella. We'll put the links down below in the description. You can follow her and find out the exact information about how you can help Julian. Keep watching this channel. I'll put something else here. Hit the like button and keep watching.
I'm Ray McGovern. Julian Assange is a friend of mine. I would describe him as thoughtful, enterprising. How do you say, willing to take risks for other people, for truth, for justice, you might say, altruistic. I think selfless is the right adjective there. I used to visit Julian at the Ecuadorian embassy. And gosh, one of those times, I think it was about 10 years ago now, I was visiting him. It was right after Ed Snowden had gone to Hong Kong to blow the whistle on gross violations of our Constitution, namely the Fourth Amendment, and had succeeded in his mission, and fully expected by his own admission to be wrapped up by the CIA station just down the road from the hotel where we were staying, and spend the rest of his life in prison. Now, by some miracle, that didn't happen. By some miracle, well, he got out of there, and now he's relatively free. His wife and two young boys. What was that miracle all about? Well, that was Julian's doing. Julian, full knowledge that this is not going to make him any friends in the United States. So I'm visiting Julian right after that, and we're sitting on his couch, and I said, Julian, you know that I admire a lot of stuff that you do, but nothing more than you're calling in all your chips from the Far East, sending Sarah Harrison to help Ed Snowden get to freedom. That's what I admire the most. Well, now most of you know that Julian is not given to most emotion. He's sort of taciturn by nature, I find him at least. But he jumped off the couch, and it said, yes. We had to make sure that one of us escaped spending the rest of his life in prison. When we talk about Julian, of course, we're thinking most of the First Amendment to our Constitution, freedom of speech, freedom of the press. But Julian felt equally strong about the Fourth Amendment, illegal or unnecessary or illegal searches and seizures. And that's what Ed Snowden was all about. He was showing how the National Security Agency and other organs of our government were playing fast and loose with the Fourth Amendment. What's the Fourth Amendment? These had to do with people's rights, right? Okay. I mean, it's sort of the same rights that were wrested from King John back in, 1215 by English nobles? English noble, well, that wasn't an oxymoron in those days. There were some English nobles. Okay. Fourth Amendment, the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects from unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue except upon probable cause, supported by oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Wow. Well, British colonial regimes felt free to go into our houses and do whatever they wanted. So the history of this was really very clear. And Julian just want to make sure that Ed abided by that. Ed was able to make that stick. A little vignette here. After this happened, a bunch of us, Sam Adams Associates for Integrity and Intelligence, who gave Julian Assange our annual award in 2010, we were in Berlin, and we asked a Stasi officer. He was a lieutenant colonel. His name was Wolfgang Schmidt. Wolfgang, what do you think about the ability of NSA to collect all information with this new technology? You were with the Stasi, the East German Secret Service. What do you think? He said, oh, this would be heaven for the Stasi. Wolfgang, what do you think about Americans that say, I have nothing to hide? I remember Wolfgang said, this is incredibly naive. You don't get to the sky. You don't get to decide what is held against you. The only way to prevent this collection from being used against you is to prevent it from being collected in the first place. Hello? There it was, the beginning of what's it called? Turnkey tyranny, as Ed Snowden described it. Well, last thought on this is that Julian's lawyers, Julian's journalists, American citizens were subjected to gross violations of the Fourth Amendment as they visited Julian in the Ecuadorian embassy. That's a long story, but there's a suit now, and the judge is very hot on seeing what can be done here, because as he pointed out, there were no warrants, okay? No warrants. Well, so maybe the Fourth Amendment can stick. If it does, it's largely due to the good work that Ed Snowden did, the good work that he's still doing in Russia, and the good work that Julian, of course, did. Even though Ed didn't give Julian anything, Ed pursued a different path. Watch the movie, and you'll see how, with Julian's help, Ed escaped what Julian is in now. I'm going to give two accounts which amount to testimonies, okay? One is an edifying one, and one, as you'll see, not so edifying. The first one comes from the UN rapporteur for torture. His name is Niels Melzer, and he admits that he was very reluctant to get involved in looking into Julian Assange case. I mean, Who wants to look into a case against somebody who committed rape or was mean to his cat or didn't flush the toilet, as all those things went down in the propaganda? Well, Neil Smeltzer is quite a guy, and he admits, I was blindsided. I was propagandized, so I was unwilling to look at it until they kept coming after me, these WikiLeaks people. Please, please look at it. And then he visited Julian in prison in Belmarsh in London, and he saw that he had been psychologically tortured. Neil Smeltzer had 2 doctors with him. That was their finding, okay? And then, to his credit, Niels decided, this is awful. I mean, he doesn't look like a rapist to me. Let's see how this all went down. Now, here's Niels Smeltzer. I have a little text of a speech he gave, actually, in 2021. He wanted to expose, as he put it, the dirty game that had deprived Julian Assange of his freedom, and to show how they, quote, got Julian. Here's what he said. Here's Meltzer. I started out with the rape allegation in Sweden. Now, as an aside, you talk to an American about Julian Assange, and oh, that's the guy that raped those women in Stockholm, right? No, not right. Okay, here's Meltzer. Why was it so important, the rape allegation? Well, it was because obviously rape is a grave crime. And so we need to know, we need to take it seriously and look at those allegations. But the second thing was, this was the turning point. The turning point for Julian Assange, who had revealed the Afghan war diary, the biggest leak of military documents in U.S. history showing war crimes. Whoa. This was the turning point, the success story of Julian Assange, to the point where it was basically downhill for him forever after, so far. Quote, and so I wanted to go back to that story and look into this. And I was able to do that because part of my family is Swedish. I speak fluent Swedish. I don't know if the Swedes knew that, but I had access to all those police records, okay? And what I found was quite shocking. I found that Julian Assange had been in Sweden for a conference, and he had sexual contact with 2 women. This is not contested by any side, but it was consensual. What happened? Well, both of the women complained that the sex was unprotected, and they wanted to make sure that Julian didn't have HIV. And Julian said, well, look, I just recently had a test. I'm okay. Don't worry about it. And they were still uncomfortable. Now, bear in mind, this was consensual. This was not rape, okay? And so they went to the police, says Neil Smeltzer. They wanted to know simply whether they could force Julian Assange to take an AIDS test. The police took that, and I'm sure with help of friendly liaison services, turned that around and said, well, this is really about rape. Now, the women did not agree with that, says Neil Smeltzer. And all the emails that we have, all the ones that I read, says Neil Smeltzer, in Swedish, from that point on, the text messages between those women were that they were extremely stressed and say, well, we didn't want this. We didn't intend this. This was no rape. The police started it all. Meltzer says, why do you think this happened? Well, in his words, Sweden is a close ally of the United States, and Britain is too, and other countries that have all been exposed by WikiLeaks. No one likes the exposure when especially war crimes are being exposed. And so they didn't want this evidence brought. Yeah, okay, so they got him on rape charges which were not founded in reality. That's big. Now, again, Meltzer was very careful to mention very, very often that he was brainwashed not to even look at the Julian Assange case because he was the rapporteur for torture. And until he went into Belmarsh, he never thought that torture was one factor here. But then he says here, when Assange was systematically slandered to divert attention from war crimes, the war crimes he exposed, well, that's when I caught fire, says Niels Meltzer. That's when I went to Sweden. That's when I found out what a hokey, he doesn't say hokey. This is when I found out what was really going on. It was about a bigger issue, says Meltzer, than protecting Julian Assange, however important that is. It's letting a precedent be created, making telling the truth a crime, while the powerful enjoy impunity. Now, if this is allowed to continue, we will have surrendered our voice to censorship, our fate to unrestrained tyranny, or as Ed Snowden would put it, turnkey tyranny, okay? Now, last thought on this. Meltzer wrote an incredible op-ed, okay? And he tried to get it placed. It was on the anniversary of, I think, the law against torture. It was a significant anniversary. And he, the UN rapporteur for torture, had this story to tell. Here's what he says at the end of this piece. I could not get my op-ed published elsewhere. I went to the Guardian, the London Times, the Financial Times, the Sydney Morning Herald, the Australian, the Canberra Times, the Telegraph, the New York Times, the Washington Post, Reuters, and Newsweek. And they all turned me down. He had to publish it himself. So that tells you something too, right? So this is the good guy. This is the edifying witness of what really went down and how they nabbed and how they defamed and slandered Julian from the get-go. It's an old arrow in the quiver of intelligence services. I know it well. Being used now by Israel, isn't it? Okay, let's turn to a not so edifying witness, okay? Bear with me here. Put these notes together. Okay, we're talking about Stratfor. That's a government contractor. Some people say that it really works for the CIA, but it's involved in all kinds of things, including some substantive analysis quasi. What happens? All of a sudden, some Stratfor emails are disclosed and put out in the open air for people to see. I wonder who did that. It was WikiLeaks. And when they did that, they had a press advisory, a press conference, and they said, look, here's the press release. Confidential emails obtained from U.S. private intelligence firm Stratfor shows that the United States government has had a secret indictment against WikiLeaks founder Julian Assange for more than 12 months. The date of this press release, February 28, 2012. That's how far back this goes, okay? Now they talk about this Fred Burchin. Now he was the VP in charge of security. What was his previous job? He was deputy head of diplomatic security for the US State Department. Burton, his emails were uncovered, and he revealed that there was this secret grand jury that had already issued a secret indictment against Assange. Not for publication, says this email, please protect, end quote. No wonder they hate WikiLeaks, right? Okay, here's more. I describe this as a kind of a treatment regime. This is the, you know, as you get doctors together and they figure, well, what kind of treatment regime should we use for that? Well, that's what Burgeon is saying here. I'm going to read 8 parts of this treatment regime, and the last 4 I'm going to read very slowly so you can get an idea of what's in store for Julian Assange if and when he is extradited to the United States. Here's Fred Burton. We gotta bankrupt the arsehole. Then we ruin his life. 2. Big Brother owns his liberal terrorist arse. Pile on. Move him from country to country. I look forward to Manning and Assange facing a bajillion thousand counts of espionage. Now, these are the 4, these next 4. These all come right out of the emails from Fred Burton, former head of, or deputy head of diplomatic security for the United States State Department. Okay, here are the 4 I want you to remember. Screw terrorist Assange. He'll be eating cat food in prison forever. Declassify the death of a source and blame it on Assange. Translation, you say that somebody who has died as a result of revelations from WikiLeaks, and you blame that on Assange. A little cynical, it's par for the course. And the last one, pay attention now. This is the diplomatic way that the former head of diplomatic security for the State Department puts it, in quote, a quotation from his email under Stratfor. Assange needs his head dunked in a full toilet bowl in Gitmo. End quote. These are all direct translations from those Stratfor emails that, ironically enough, WikiLeaks uncovered and published. Now, that's a dozen years ago, huh? You think anything has changed? Nothing has changed at all. Even if President Biden had a vestige of self-respect and conscience, he couldn't pardon Julian Assange because the deep state would not let him do it. Okay, and so just as a closing note here, that's what's in store if we don't prevent the extradition. Okay, and if we do prevent it, if we prevail, as good sometimes does, well, then we can go by the adage that Julian, who's over here behind me here, right underneath that picture is that wonderful, wonderful aphorism that Julian coined. And think about it, folks. Think about how many wars are raging right now. And what Julian said was, if wars can be started by lies, they can be ended by truth, okay? They can be ended by exposure. That's what's at stake here. Freedom of the press, freedom from unreasonable searches and seizures are basic freedoms. There are no English novels left. What we have to do is create the pressure to make sure that Julian is brought home to Australia safe and sound to live out the rest of his life, finally, in peace. Thank you very much.
Hi. I've known Julian Assange and his family since I was asked to be a surety for his bail 13 years ago. He is a hero, and yet he spent the last 12 years in what the UN has described as arbitrary detention because he exposed US war crimes, human rights violations, and illegal surveillance that were printed in several major newspapers worldwide. Information that the public has the right to know. The US wants to extradite him to face a likely prison sentence of 175 years in one of America's notorious high-security prisons. To prevent his extradition to the US, he was granted asylum in 2012 by the Ecuadorian embassy in London, before being dragged out by British police in 2019 and sent to the high-security Belmarsh prison in London, where his solitary confinement has been described by the UN rapporteur as torture. His persecution by a vindictive US government and a cowardly and co-opted UK justice system is intended not only to keep him silent in the future, but to warn other journalists and publishers to never again speak truth to power. Not one of Julian's revelations have been proved to be false. And while the perpetrators of heinous crimes are free, the journalist and publisher Julian Assange is behind bars and fighting for his freedom. On the 20th and 21st of February, Julian's appeal against extradition to the US will be heard at the Royal Courts of Justice in London. This might be the last time we can stop the extradition and demand justice for Julian here in the UK. Julian's freedom is our right to know. It's now or never. Free Julian now.
Guys, welcome back to the center of London, the Royal Courts of Justice. We're here still reporting on the Julian Assange extradition case and whether he will be granted permission to appeal. As I've said in the past, he's been waiting and appealing to just be able to be heard for the last 18 months. 18 months of his life he spent in a maximum security prison. This case has taken now 5 years. I'm here with Sabrina Tucci from Penn International, and she was inside court. So I want to ask you, Sabrina, what were your impressions of inside court?
Well, it's been another long day. The second day we are here. It's been a day with really a roller coaster of emotions. A lot of fears, a lot of hopes. Basically, the prosecution say that Assange case is not politically motivated. They claim that Assange basically supported Chelsea, aided and instigated Chelsea Manning in stealing information from the Department, the Department of the State of Defense of the United States, and that Assange literally helped Manning in hacking their computer system. They also claim that the information that was published was not leaked, but rather stolen. Therefore, according to them, Assange has jeopardized and put in danger U.S. defense and intelligence. They also accused him of jeopardizing the life of those whose names have been mentioned in the WikiLeaks report, claiming that a lot of people have lost their jobs as a result, disappeared, or have been arrested or persecuted. And for all this reason, basically, they claim that Assange would not be qualified to be protected under the First Amendment of the U.S. First Amendment, and that basically his journalism is not conventional journalism. Therefore, he deserves to be extradited. And lastly, they claim that if extradited to the States, he will be subjected to a fair trial, a fair hearing before an independent and public tribunal, and within a reasonable time frame.
What is Penn's position on these allegations from the court?
Penn International, English Penn, Penn Norway, and other Penn centers have been here, and yesterday, today, we believe that Assange case is politically motivated. He should not be persecuted. He should not be in prison. We believe in the right to publish information, and we believe in the right of people to be informed. And we believe that these rights cannot be separated. They are necessary to inform a functioning and democratic society. We've been calling since 2019, since Assange was arrested, we've been calling for his release. We've been calling on the UK authority not to extradite him, and we've been calling on the US authority to drop the charges against Assange and to just set him free. We want Assange to be released from Belmarsh prison and to be reunited with his family.
Sabrina, thank you very much. So I spent most of the afternoon listening also to the prosecution handing their points. They say that Julian Assange is no journalist and that the prosecution is not political because both Trump and Biden accept it. We know that there could be bipartisan agreement on many issues, but prosecuting somebody under the Espionage Act, a journalist, can only be political. And this was what the defense came and said afterwards, that Julian Assange cannot be extradited under using the treaty, but not being defended under the provisions of this treaty that obviously protect political opinions and his work. And also, they highlighted that you cannot have a disconnect on what Julian Assange published, the war crimes that he published and the criminal conduct at the highest levels of the US and UK governments to this extradition. They called this prosecution a persecution from the highest levels due to the fact that we know that President Trump asked for plans and options on how to assassinate him, murder him inside the embassy, and the charges were only brought when they wanted to make sure that they had a legal framework to kidnap him from the embassy or even murder him. That's when the charges were dropped, and the fact that a Republican and a Democratic administration continue this case is really not any argument to discount the fact that the espionage is a political offense. It cannot be anything else than a political offense, and charging a journalist under the Espionage Act and not allowing him to protect himself on public interest, because the Espionage Act does not have a public interest defense, is absolutely ridiculous. So the judges were told that if you would allow the extradition of this journalist, he would be handed over to the country that planned his murder. We will keep you up to date, and shortly the court will be in recess. We will get statements. We will follow the demonstration down to number 10 Downing Street, where the Prime Minister works, and we will have more speeches and coverage of the rest of the day. Thank you.
The indictment against Julian Assange, which was filed by the Trump administration, is based on WikiLeaks' 2010 to 2011 exposure of war crimes committed by the United States. Assange was also indicted for exposing Cablegate. His indictment had nothing to do with Hillary Clinton and the 2016 election. In 2010, U.S. Army intelligence analyst Chelsea Manning provided WikiLeaks with documents containing evidence of U.S. war crimes. Those included the Iraq war logs, which were 400,000 field reports describing 15,000 unreported deaths of Iraqi civilians, as well as systematic rape, torture, and murder after U.S. forces handed over detainees to a notorious Iraqi torture squad. They contained the Afghan war diary,
90,000 reports of more civilian casualties by coalition forces than the U.S. military had reported. And they included the Guantanamo files, 779 secret reports with evidence that 150 innocent people had been held at Guantanamo Bay for years, and 800 men and boys were tortured and abused in violation of the Geneva Conventions and the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhuman, or degrading treatment or punishment. The United States has ratified both the Geneva Conventions and the Convention Against Torture, making the U.S. a party to those treaties. Under the Supremacy Clause of the U.S. Constitution, treaties are the supreme law of the land. That makes the obligations contained in them part of U.S. domestic law. It means the United States is bound to follow the obligations set forth in those treaties. Chelsea Manning also furnished WikiLeaks with the notorious 2007 collateral murder video. It depicts a U.S. Army Apache attack helicopter targeting and killing 11 unarmed civilians, including 2 Reuters journalists, as well as a man who came to rescue the wounded in Baghdad. 2 children were injured. After the attack, a U.S. Army Jeep drove over one of the dead bodies, severing it in half. The collateral murder video reveals evidence of 3 different violations of the Geneva Conventions and the U.S. Army Field Manual. First, civilians can never be targeted. Second, rescuers can never be targeted. And third, it is forbidden to deface a dead body. WikiLeaks also exposed Cablegate, which consisted of 251,000 confidential U.S. State Department cables that disclosed corruption, diplomatic scandals, and spy affairs on an international scale. Those documents, according to the New York Times, told the unvarnished story of how the government makes its biggest decisions, the decisions that cost the country most heavily in lives and money. A year ago, the New York Times, The Guardian, Le Monde, Der Spiegel, and El País, which also exposed Cablegate, signed a joint open letter calling on the U.S. government to dismiss the Espionage Act charges against Julian Assange for publishing classified and military diplomatic secrets. Publishing is not a crime, the letter states. The U.S. government should end its prosecution of Julian Assange for publishing secrets. Barack Obama's administration, which prosecuted more whistleblowers under the Espionage Act than all prior presidential administrations combined, decided not to indict Julian Assange. That is because of the so-called New York Times problem. That means they would also have had to indict journalists from major news outlets that did the same thing that WikiLeaks did. But rather than dropping Trump's case against Assange, consistent with the position of the Obama-Biden administration, Joe Biden has zealously pursued extradition and persecution. It is critical that the Biden administration drop the U.S. demand for extradition and dismiss the indictment against Julian Assange. The integrity of the U.S. government and the survival of freedom of the press require it. Thank you.
My name is Flint Taylor. I'm an attorney and founding member of the People's Law Office here in Chicago. I have been working on civil rights and human rights cases focused on police violence, police torture, and other abuse for over 55 years. I'm speaking on behalf of Julian Assange today. I have spoken on his behalf before, and I am a strong supporter of his right not only to not be extradited to this country, but to be freed of all charges. Julian Assange, in the great tradition of Daniel Ellsberg, whistleblowers, publishers, and independent investigators and writers, has done a great service for this country and for the world. The attack on him is not only unprincipled and political, but in fact attempts to silence those folks who attempt to bring truth and justice to light in the face of the suppression by government officials. Julian Assange has been and is being held in the notorious British prison Belmarsh, which is known as Britain's Guantanamo. He has, in fact, been subjected to and continues to be subjected to psychological and physical torture. We at the People's Law Office have fought for many decades against police torture here in the city of Chicago, so we fully and completely understand what is being done to Julian, and we totally condemn it. And we say that the U.S. government should condemn it as well and should not countenance it or participate in it by their unprincipled attempt to bring him back to this country for trial. Now, they talk about whether he'll have a fair trial or not in this country. That's beside the point. Most likely, he would not have a fair trial. But the point is, he should not have a trial at all. He should be freed, and in fact, he should be recognized as the hero he is for bringing to public light war crimes and other atrocities by this and other governments. So we at People's Law Office and myself fully support Julian Assange and his right not only to not be extradited to this country for trial, but for him to be released from the torturous conditions that he now suffers from and be a free man once again. Thank you very much.
Hi everyone, I'm Seth Stern, the Advocacy Director at the Freedom of the Press Foundation. We've been talking about Julian Assange's prosecution for quite some time. And whenever we do, it's inevitable someone's going to say, well, this has nothing to do with press freedom. Julian Assange isn't a journalist. Some might respond to that by arguing over whether he is one or not. And to us, that's just a distraction. It really makes no difference because he's being prosecuted for basically the dictionary definition of investigative journalism. Obtaining information from a source, Chelsea Manning, talking to Chelsea Manning over encrypted channels, publishing the information she gave him. There's no exception under the Espionage Act for journalists. Read it, you won't find one. Not a single one of the 17 Espionage Act charges that Assange is facing makes a distinction between journalists and non-journalists. So there's nothing in the law, if Assange is convicted, stopping future presidents from prosecuting journalists, whatever you call journalists, under the exact same theory. We would just be trusting future presidents to use good judgment and not cross that line, make a distinction between the Julian Assanges of the world and whoever they consider to be real journalists. Good luck with that. You'd have to be really naive to trust future presidents to exercise that kind of restraint. Not to mention the problems with having presidents decide who is and isn't a journalist in the first place. For one, Donald Trump is on the campaign trail loudly proclaiming his desire to lock up journalists. Do you think that he wouldn't use an Assange conviction as a weapon to punish and censor the enemy of the people? That's what he calls the media. But this isn't just a Trump issue. About half the presidents since Nixon have seriously considered prosecuting journalists under the Espionage Act. There may be more. Those are just the ones we know about. Nixon impaneled a secret grand jury in hopes of indicting Neil Sheehan from the New York Times, as well as his wife, over the publication of the Pentagon Papers. You hear a lot about the Pentagon Papers, but it didn't stop there. The Ford administration had serious talks with the DOJ about indicting Seymour Hersh over his reporting. Reagan's administration at least twice thought about prosecuting journalists. His CIA director even met with the publisher of the Washington Post and threatened an Espionage Act prosecution. Alberto Gonzales, during the Bush administration, suggested prosecuting the New York Times under the Espionage Act, not just privately, but on ABC News. Now, none of them pulled the trigger. Why not? Well, probably because they knew that prosecuting a publisher of information under the Espionage Act would be unprecedented. It would draw public backlash. It would create political problems with them. Maybe it wouldn't hold up in court. But what if it wasn't unprecedented? Does anyone out there really think that not a single one of those presidents would have gone forward with prosecuting journalists if someone like Assange had come before them and had been prosecuted successfully? Of course they would have. And if he's successfully prosecuted now, of course future presidents will. Even if somehow they don't, journalists will know that they can, and they'll conduct themselves accordingly. Some journalists might be brave enough to risk a long prison sentence to expose wrongdoing, but not everyone's going to be willing to be a hero, and we're going to lose really valuable journalism as a result. When you see newsrooms collapsing, even the threat of legal fees for journalists to defend themselves is enough to make them self-censor, let alone the threat of being convicted. People are entitled to their opinions about Julian Assange. That's fine. We're not here to change anyone's mind about whether he's a real journalist or whether he's a good person. Think what you want to think. But if he comes first, a journalist you do like is going to come next, and another one and another one. And that's why his prosecution poses nothing less than an existential threat to the freedom of the press.
Hi. I've known Julian Assange and his family since I was asked to be a surety for his bail 13 years ago. He is a hero, and yet he spent the last 12 years in what the UN has described as arbitrary detention because he exposed US war crimes, human rights violations, and illegal surveillance that were printed in several major newspapers worldwide. Information that the public has the right to know. The US wants to extradite him to face a likely prison sentence of 175 years in one of America's notorious high-security prisons. To prevent his extradition to the US, he was granted asylum in 2012 by the Ecuadorian embassy in London, before being dragged out by British police in 2019 and sent to the high-security Belmarsh prison in London, where his solitary confinement has been described by the UN rapporteur as torture. His persecution by a vindictive US government and a cowardly and co-opted UK justice system is intended not only to keep him silent in the future, but to warn other journalists and publishers to never again speak truth to power. Not one of Julian's revelations have been proved to be false. And while the perpetrators of heinous crimes are free, the journalist and publisher Julian Assange is behind bars and fighting for his freedom. On the 20th and 21st of February, Julian's appeal against extradition to the US will be heard at the Royal Courts of Justice in London. This might be the last time we can stop the extradition and demand justice for Julian here in the UK. Julian's freedom is our right to know. It's now or never. Free Julian now.
Hey everybody, I'm Stephen Donziger. I'm a human rights lawyer in the United States of New York, and I'm really honored to speak to you today to urge the release of Julian Assange and the dropping of his extradition case. I know what persecution from the US government is about. As a human rights lawyer, I represented indigenous peoples in Ecuador against Chevron. We won a big pollution judgment against the company, and then I got prosecuted by Chevron in US courts and locked up for almost 3 years. I know what the US government does when its interests are threatened in a serious way by serious people like Julian. People need to understand that the US government is using Julian's case as a way to try to criminalize advocacy, as a way to try to punish truth tellers, as a way to try to intimidate people from taking on the structures of power that keep most people down. Julian needs to be let go. He needs to be able to return to his work as a journalist, as a publisher, as an activist, so the world can be a better place. The cruelty being visited upon Julian is unconscionable. And I again urge the Biden administration to drop the extradition case, stop trying to detain Julian Assange, and stop trying to use his case and other cases, including mine, to try to criminalize advocacy and try to criminalize activism and try to intimidate those who take on the structures of power that really hurt people around the world. Julian, we are with you. The world knows what is happening. We are coming to help you. We are here, and hopefully you will be free in short order. Thank you so much.
No, we're going that way, straight down.
Thank you all once again for being here. Very important that you spent the time here to defend Julian Assange and to defend my free press. We're forming up the demonstration now. I just want to tell you a little bit about one of the banners that you will be marching behind. You will perhaps be able to see the Electricians' Trade Union banner at the front. That banner is over 100 years old. It's a heritage of the trade union movement in this country, and the reason that it's here today is because the last time it was outside this building, the last time it was outside the Royal Courts of Justice, it was because Ricky Tomlinson and Des Brown were sentenced to and come out and were convicted and sent to jail for being pickets in an industrial dispute. Eventually, their case, after more than 40 years, was quashed and they were proven innocent. Although while he was in prison, Des Warren resisted the prison regime, was repeatedly injected with electric torch, and suffered and died later of Parkinson's disease, partly induced by his treatment in prison. And the reason that's important is because it reminds us that the struggle for justice is long. But no matter how long and hard you fight, eventually you can win. As the Shrewsbury pickets had their convictions quashed, we are determined that it will not take that long for justice for Julian Assange.
Okay, we have relocated from the front of the Royal Courts of Justice. We are right around the corner, so we're not too far away. And we've bumped into this amazing human right by here, who, my friend, can you introduce who you are and what it is you're up to at the moment?
I'm Matthew Alford. I'm a teacher at the University of Bath. I've come down to London for the day to protest for the release of Julian Assange.
There's a hell of a lot more to you than that, though. My producer's just been bigging you up for the past half an hour, telling me about all of the amazing stuff you do. So before we do a deep dive into all the Julian Assange stuff, tell us a bit more about your work and what it is you're up to generally.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm probably best known for writing a book called National Security Cinema, which was turned into a documentary called Theatres of War. And that showed how the CIA and the Department of Defense in the United States, as well as various other organizations, rewrite Hollywood film scripts. And that was the main thing that I have been doing for the last few years. We found original documentation. last few years in particular has been writing about the relationship between war and the media.
Right.
I'm currently doing a channel on YouTube called Worst Year Ever, which is about foreign policy, the foreign policy nightmare at the moment in the Middle East, but also concurrently, obviously, in Ukraine and potentially in the South China Seas as well, of course.
So you're doing some incredible stuff then, which then there's a lot of parallels there, I think, with the reason we're all here today.
Yeah.
Obviously the campaign for Julian Assange. How do you feel about how things have gone over the past few days from what we've been hearing from inside and outside the courts?
Well, it's a binary thing, isn't it? It's either good or it's bad. So I mean, obviously it's very encouraging to see a lot of people out as part of the protests. I'm really pleased to see that. I didn't really know what to expect when I arrived here today. When I think last time I came down to London, I think it was maybe a year ago, when everyone held hands around Parliament.
Yeah.
That was a really great idea, and there must have been 10, 20,000 people there, I think. And then there's been other times where it's been much smaller gatherings, so I wasn't really sure what to expect. It's pretty big crowds, I'd say.
Yeah.
Bearing in mind we're at a court.
It's raining.
And it's raining horrible. It's midweek.
I haven't been up at 6 a.m. in a long time, guys. I mean, so it's been, yeah, that shows the level of commitment and passion for definitely.
Yeah,
because even despite the weather and the wind and the rain and the early starts and the traffic and all the chaos, everyone's turned out, haven't they, both days, you know, from first thing in the morning and stayed till the end.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of familiar faces. I'm sure you've interviewed some of them as well, including Corbyn and various others. So it's been an exciting day as much as anything else. How's it going? We won't really know until the result, unfortunately. Yeah. But I mean, I think one of the key things I've always felt is what Stella said, which is that these kind of extradition cases that she mentions in the documentary, I think it's in Ithaca. She says, you know, it's pretty much 100% down to public opinion rather than law at this point. And that's one of the reasons I felt it's so important to come out for this. Is it's not just that, you know, we might have a bit of effect on the fringes. Yeah. Probably the numbers here are the numbers that we get for any of these protests probably are crucial to the survival of Julian Assange, and therefore too the whole integrity of journalism throughout the Western world, probably throughout the whole world, really, because the United States has shown that it is willing and able to have this legal reach against popular opinion and requiring a great deal of censorship and various other forms of abuse. So it has global implications. I think for me, the Julian Assange case is it really does embody, linking to the question that you asked a minute ago. I think Julian really does embody all of these issues. There is no way of separating Julian Assange from the fate of Ukrainians, from the fate of Russians in that conflict, from peace in that region, from peace in the Middle East region, from peace in China and Taiwan. All of these things are so closely interconnected. And if there's one symbol, one human symbol of that, it is Julian Assange and his suffering. Obviously, there are other people in the world who are suffering right now, even worse, the children of Gaza and so on. However, Julian Assange, for what he has done actively, for that role he played as the world's greatest publisher, the world's greatest journalist of the 21st century, and for him to be treated like that is a stain on the conscience of the West. And we mustn't have that. We mustn't have that. In the end of the day, it's just a few people in national security states of these countries, the United States and Britain, and we can overturn that, and we might well do it. And if we don't do it today, we will keep going. We might get there. It's these kind of conflicts. Sorry to keep going on, but I've got the one thing I would say, because there's always so much hopelessness about protests, and that issue that so many people have said whenever I've been to protests, including the Occupy movement one and the XR ones, people always say, well, we protested in 2003 and we didn't stop the Iraq war. Yeah, but we did stop the war in Iran in 2008, probably, which that the Bush administration was gearing up for. And I tell you what, we definitely stopped, because it was documented very, very clearly, was the US-UK bombing strikes on Syria in 2013. That happened just from a few people picking up their telephones. It's an old-fashioned telephone that I'm using here, and calling their MPs and their congresspersons. That's all that happened in 2013, and it stopped that bombing campaign by the Obama administration. And it was chaos. It was curtains for the British and American war establishments at that point. They couldn't do anything for several years in terms of aggressive foreign policy. They did eventually overturn that, but that's the reason that you have to keep the protests going. You have to keep the protests going. And that includes turning out on the street, but it also includes write to your MP. It may sound old-fashioned, but do it. Get those emails in, write in those petitions, turn up, have a good time, engage with people. Any little thing you can do, whether with whatever stage you're at in life, whatever abilities or disabilities you have, just do a little bit of something, and it all contributes, and eventually we'll get that. That momentum will be sufficient to make a better world. We're close to making a better world. We know we're close. The amount of conflicts, the amount of wars and abuses, it's been much harder to do the past 50 years since Vietnam. They can't drop cluster bombs these days. You can't do those kind of things. So, and that comes from people power. It comes from democratization. We can do it. It seems hopeless sometimes because we've got a conservative government and all this stuff, but we are not far off it, and we need to do it. We really need to get it done.
Beautifully and powerfully put, man. You've already answered my last question. I was going to ask you to give us a rebel-rousing speech to give people hope and power and energy, but you've just done that beautifully. So I think, obviously, this guy's got a lot of awesome stuff going on. So can you tell us what's next for you? What are you going to keep doing? And also, if you could let the people as well know where they can find you and stay up to date with what you're doing.
You can find me, Dr. Matthew Alford, on YouTube. That's probably the best place to find me. And follow my series there, and also on Substack. Which is, I think it is Dr. Matthew Alford on Substack. Follow that. That's where I'm doing all my best stuff at the moment, all my sort of the most important things to do with international conflict, and also the role of propaganda and political communication within these various really important areas of war.
Amazing. And what are you working on at the moment? What's coming up next?
I'm doing a couple of articles for that. Also, occasionally, the latest things that I put out a video about Julian, obviously, but various other things. It's just articles to do with propaganda, also conspiracy theories. I just put out one about Kennedy and one about Diana. You know, the old faves.
They're all aliens, right? Is that right?
Yeah. We don't tell the people that though. For goodness sake. But that's really the project I'm doing this year, is a year-long project, as I see it, called Worst Year Ever, and that is analysing the media discourse and the lies, basically, that surround these major conflicts.
Absolutely brilliant. Well, thank you so much for stopping to talk with us today, and thank you so much for being here and everything that you're doing generally. It's great to speak to you.
I appreciate being interviewed. Thanks very much. Worst year ever.
Onward she went into the sea of black, arcane from the abysses. To attack, grappled by the arms, they called out the streets.
Okay, guys.
See the crowd behind us? The court is about ready to break, and we're going to march to Downing Street to talk to the Prime Minister and tell him to drop the extradition against Assange. Now, for those of you in the United States, it is imperative that you take and support H.R. 934. You can go to the AssangeDefense.org website, and you can find the action there, so you can call your congressman and tell them to save journalism. For those more intrepid individuals, you can reach out to me personally at 626-524-5294, and I can have 435 pre-post postcards sent to you that are addressed to every congressman so we can make our voices as loud as possible. This is a bipartisan bill that needs your support. You need to get out and support it. It calls for the immediate dropping of the extradition and freedom of Julian Assange to protect journalism. Each one of your congressmen swore an oath to defend the Constitution against all enemies, both foreign and domestic. Well, the greatest enemy to the Constitution is the Biden administration and the Merrick Garland justice system. You can change that. Take it away, James.
Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. As you can see, things are kicking off here. The energy is still high. We are just about to march to Downing Street. So if you're in the area, leave work earlier, get down, come make some noise with us. We're going all the way. We are not finished yet. It is not over. We are just getting started. So if you're watching this online as well, more shares, keep amplifying, subscribe to the channels, keep it doing everything you're doing because it's amazing, and keep the noise coming. We'll see you there.
I'd just like to add thank you so much for watching all the live action for the last 2 days. This is actually a movement about you, the people. We are the ones that are going to change history and free Julian Assange. If you're an Aussie and you're in Australia, please sign up to the Meet the MP program. Almost 2,000 Aussies have signed up already. 2023 was amazing. We had 59 meetings, we saw 50 MPs, and we have been changing decisions on individual MPs. Remember, your public representative works for you, the people, not the other way around. It is time to school them and bring them to task and get them to do their jobs. We need to free Julian Assange. We need to have free speech, and we have the right to know what our governments and corporates are doing in our name. Get down here for this march, share, comment, join a group, join your Meet Your MP program, and best of all, let's go and get Julian Assange out of Belmarsh. Free Julian Assange,
Free
people.
Julian Assange.
Thank
Free
you.
Assange. I would like to mention one other thing. There are two women behind those cameras, and they have done stalwart work. They have helped us in every way they can. Paula and Ileana, you are goddesses. Thank you. Martha. I'm thinking of my own Paula Isella, who did the postcard program. But Martha and Ileana have done a stellar job. Thank you from the bottom of our hearts.
A round of applause for everybody watching as well for what you're doing. We'll see you at the other side.
The judges have reserved their decision and they've asked for further written submissions from both parties, which needs to be submitted by the 4th of March. So the decision will come sometime after that, but we don't know when.
fantastic. We're walking down to Downing Street to tell Number 10 that they need to do more to drop the charges on Julian Assange. We need to free Julian Assange.
Okay, we are here with the brilliant Matt Kennard from the awesome Declassified. I'm so glad we managed to catch you for a second, man. You've been inside for a bit as well. We're at the very end of the 2 days now. Can you give us a bit of an analysis, a bit of a lowdown on your thoughts, what's happened the past 2 days?
Sure. Well, firstly, I think that this is the most optimistic I've been coming out of any of these hearings, and I've been to all of them nearly. Just because the judges didn't seem as dismissive as the previous ones, they seem to genuinely want to find out about the issues. I mean, there's always a chance that they're just doing that because it's the end of the road and it's a PR move to make it seem like I'm not saying that means there's going to be a judgment in his favour, but on the merits of the case, I mean, I think as a neutral and independent, there's no doubt that the Assange defence lawyers made the case convincingly that he deserves to be here, have his appeal heard. Because remember, this is only a hearing about whether he can even have an appeal. Okay. He hasn't been. The original judgment, which actually blocked the extradition on narrow grounds. That's what they want to now appeal. They want to appeal all the substantive issues which weren't dealt with at the time. So that's issues around freedom of press, around foreseeability, the fact that when he's committed these so-called crimes, there'd never been a prosecution for those crimes. So you can't convict someone for a crime that there's no precedent for. So I mean, I think it went well generally. But again, we've done a lot of work at Declassified about how the justice system is compromised in this case.
Well, you reported just this week, didn't you, about how one of the judges has a long history with MI6?
Yes, one of them had MI6 as a client, and well, I say the funny, but the ironic thing is that the previous judge that refused the appeal before, Jonathan Swift, he also had British intelligence as his clients. Okay. And he said that British intelligence was his favourite clients because they were really good at preparing evidence. Okay. So that's kind of what we're dealing with. Right. But who knows? I mean, even if Assange loses this, then he's exhausted all possibilities in the English court system. But there's a chance of going to the European Court of Human Rights. Okay. If he wins it, he goes back to an appeal hearing where they'll try and overturn the extradition. So it's it
so
looks
all
like
isn't lost at this point.
All isn't lost, but and also you obviously have the context of this is there's a massive political movement around the world at the highest levels. We're talking about presidents. President Lula, yes. Petro in Colombia. The Australian Parliament just voted in favour of Assange. So that will continue to grow. So no, all is not lost, but it just depends how long a man can survive.
But my feeling is that like the process is the punishment.
Exactly.
The longer they can drag this out, he's clearly too unwell to turn up the past 2 days as well.
Yes. Yeah.
You know, I mean, that's a tactic that they use.
Of course.
But I'm quite surprised that you've come away from this feeling almost hopeful. Is that a stretch?
Well, I mean, hopeful in the sense that I think even the US tactic now might be to just make it go on and on. Right. Because as I say, if they grant the appeal, then that starts the ball rolling again. It could be like 10 months before the appeal hearing, and obviously there's a US election coming. So I don't know if it's in the US interest now to just keep him in prison in limbo in the UK. Okay. So I'm hopeful in the sense that maybe he might win this judgment, but whether that's hopeful for his life and hopeful for the free press, who knows? I sensed that the case was overwhelmingly in his favour for an appeal, and I sensed that the judges weren't hugely dismissive, because the other ones I've been to, they've just been outright rude and not seemed interested in actually getting to the nuts and bolts. There's always this assumption that there's a palpable sort of disdain for Assange personally, I felt.
Yeah. Well, I was a little bit concerned yesterday when Kristen told us about the technical problems they had and people could hear evidence. I thought, oh shit, here we go again.
Yeah, well, I should talk about that because it is insane. As a British person, I'm embarrassed because there was a lot. It's interesting. There's a whole international community that has descended on London. So I met people from France, Italy, Belgium, the United States. They've all come for the hearing, and it's an embarrassment. Like yesterday, we couldn't hear anything for ages, and then they said, okay. At the break, they said, okay, we're going to get an engineer and fix it. And then we came back after the break. And then after about an hour, it started cutting out. And then there was just a picture. And then there was one bit where someone was just on their phone. And the guy who was running it just looked confused. He was like, how the hell's that even got there? Then today, I went to the toilet which you have to go out out past some guards. And the guard said, okay, what are you doing? I said, oh, I need to go to the toilet. They said, okay, well, you need to know that you might not be able to get back in if you do that. I'm like, what? So I'm literally can't, there's no provisions for going to the toilet.
Right.
So I don't know if it's incompetence or a conspiracy, but it has been marked, this case, from the start by the fact there's no open justice. They've kept it very hard to access him in Belmarsh.
Yes.
And they've kept the legal case hard to access in court as well. So I think that it could be incompetence, but obviously they don't care about ensuring there is access. And they should, because as someone, an American who was in the viewing gallery with me, when it was all going wrong today, like there were spells again this afternoon, just an hour ago, where we couldn't hear. And he was just like, this is insane. He said it to me, he said, this is the trial of the century. Right. And this is what you feel like. You're like, the whole of the free press is on trial here. Right. And yet you can't even get a video link to people to hear what's being said. And we missed a really important bit, actually, which was about assurances about the death penalty, which I saw on Twitter afterwards. But that was about, the judge asked the US lawyer, can they supersede the indictment when he's in the US with charges that would get the death penalty? She said feasibly they could. So and that's big, because the US-UK extradition treaty does not permit extradition for any offences that carry the death penalty.
Right.
The other thing that was interesting today that I thought was quite telling was the US lawyer was talking about the cable releases, and the lawyers and talked about how the fact that he published the names of informants was a major crime, which is not, by the way. You're allowed to. I mean, there's no law against if you haven't signed the Official Secrets Act. Right. But anyway, she said, but and then the judge said to her. Yeah, but you know that there was another website which published all this as well before WikiLeaks, called Crypto. Right. I don't know if you've come across this. So how can you then, and you haven't prosecuted them, how can you prosecute Assange for publishing those names but not prosecute Crypto? And she sort of said, well, it's because Assange got the document, got the materials. That's not an argument. So if you obtain materials, you're then responsible for everyone who publishes those materials and how they get them. So it was quite an interesting little exchange. It was really
a few cracks in the seams. So you're not coming away from this entirely pessimistic.
No. But as I said, even if he wins, he goes back into the system, which, as you mentioned, and I kind of agree with you, that I think that the part of the torture is the process. That the process is the punishment. So hopeful in the sense that he might win, but not hopeful in the sense that there's not probably some plan to just torture him until he breaks.
Definitely. Yeah. Oh, well, Matt, thank you so much for your time. I really appreciate it. It's great to meet you, bro.
You too. You too, man.
We appreciate it, man.
Yep. You too. Thanks, man.
protest march. We are going from the houses of justice, or the courts of justice, sorry, down to Downing Street, where all the politicians work, near the Houses of Parliament. We are bringing the message straight to Number 10 that we want them to do something about this situation, end this scandalous travesty, get Julian Assange out of Belmarsh and let him go home to his young family, Stella and his 2 boys. 14 years of arbitrary detention is far too big a price for a publisher who exposed truthful information about US war crimes. Australia wants him out. We had the motion just in the Australian government. Now we've had a motion in the South Australian Parliament. It's time for the Americans to get their crayons out and draw a big red line under this horrific, gross injustice and let Julian Assange free. If you're in London, come down, go on the YouTube, share content, make content. Let's get Julian Assange's name, setting Twitter, or X, sorry, on fire. Share all the content you can. It's a really important issue, not only for Julian Assange, but all of us. Now or never. Free Julian Assange.
US, UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange! UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange! UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off US, UK! Hands off Assange! US, UK! Hands off Assange!
Okay, as you can see, we are mid-march, halfway towards Downing Street right now. It's a great turnout. It keeps getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So thanks so much to everyone that's joined and making this march amazing. We're going to keep going until we get to Downing Street and we'll report back from there. Guys, if you're watching this at home, please keep sharing, 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 sharing. We are not over yet. We are just getting started. So we'll see when we get there.
Julian Assange! Julian Assange! Julian Assange! Free! Free! Julian Assange! 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 Julian Assange!
protest march. We are going from the Houses of Justice, or the Courts of Justice, sorry, down to Downing Street, where all the politicians work, near the Houses of Parliament. We are bringing the message straight to Number 10 that we want them to do something about this situation, end this scandalous travesty, get Julian Assange out of Belmarsh and let him go home to his young family, Stella and his 2 boys. 14 years of arbitrary detention is far too big a price for a publisher who exposed truthful information about US war crimes. Australia wants him out. We had the motion just in the Australian government. Now we've had a motion in the South Australian Parliament. It's time for the Americans to get their crayons out and draw a big red line under this horrific, gross injustice and let Julian Assange free. If you're in London, come down, go on the YouTube, share content, make content. Let's get Julian Assange's name setting Twitter, or X, sorry, on fire. Share all the content you can. It's a really important issue, not only for Julian Assange, but all of us. Now or never. Free Julian Assange.
Hands off Assange! Speakers, yes. Speakers free.
Number 10 is a little. Let me introduce myself. My name is Julian.
Welcome to Downing Street. Free, free, free Assange. Can the demonstration move on to the side here? Demonstration, move to your left. Move to your left onto the area here. You move to your left onto the area here. Just move to the left onto the area here, that'd be great. Move to the left, please. You see the ETU banner there, thanks for coming. Move on to the pavement. Croydon Trades Council banner, move on to the pavement, thanks very much. Guys, follow these banners. You see the big banner with Julian Assange's face. Just follow that banner onto the side here. Just follow the EPPU banner onto the side here. The Samba Band, thank you very much. Just move on to the pavement here, plenty of road. The Samba Band, move on to the pavement, that'd be great. Just move to your left, that'd be fantastic. That was fantastic. Thank you so much to the PCS Samba Band. Free, free, free Assange. Free, free, free Assange. Free, free, free Assange. And now I want to introduce our first speaker this evening, Richard Medhurst. He's been carrying through the work of the Assange campaign. He's been reporting on the trials, giving his account of what's been happening in court. Richard. Thank you very much. Look at you. Look at all of you. Look at all of you. Wonderful. You know, I got it down. I'm kind of sick and tired. I've been sitting all day listening to the CIA argue why, you know, Assange is a criminal and exposing war crimes is apparently a criminal offense. How boring and disgusting that they come into our courtrooms and tell us, you know, that they want to give Julian Assange a walloping. They want to prosecute him with U.S. laws, but no protections under U.S. laws. So you can try him with the Extradition Act, with the Espionage Act, but he gets no First Amendment protections. What kind of rubbish is that? What kind of rubbish is that? You need to understand something. A lot of you are holding Palestine flags, and it makes me very happy to see, because these two things are not disconnected. They are connected. The same people that are prosecuting Assange are the same people bombing Gaza. You need to understand that. These are the same corporations, the same banks, the same arms dealers that put Julian Assange in jail. They're the same people that killed 130 journalists in Gaza. This is a war on journalism. And it's not just against Julian, it's against the people covering the case as well. They make it impossible to get in the courtroom. They make it impossible to hear what's going on. How the hell do they have £1 million per missile to shoot down Yemeni drones, but they can't fix the microphones in the bloody courtroom? What the hell is that? Are you serious now? What is this? They really want us to believe they can't fund the NHS, they can't fix the transport, all of this crumbling where they've got time to go make wars and kill people? Rubbish! Rubbish! Absolute rubbish. You need to understand something as well. This case
This is a violation of UK sovereignty. The Americans have no business coming here. The extradition treaty says you cannot take someone to the United States. That is what the law says. You cannot send someone to the United States for a political offense. You can't do it. And they're playing a double game here. They think that, we're just going to okay this. No, you guys coming out here, this is an act of resistance. You being here, you raising your voice, you coming out with the drums, chanting, that's an act of resistance. And when Julian Assange was being taken out of the embassy, he said, resist. He said, UK resist. So he asks that of you guys. Do you understand? You have to keep resisting. You have to make your voices heard. Because that's the one thing that they do not have. They don't have numbers. Yeah, they've got money, they've got bonds, they don't have numbers in power. Do you understand? They have no power in numbers. That belongs to all of you. So you have to keep coming out, you have to keep showing your support for Julian and keep showing your support for Palestine. Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Julian Assange! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Thank you very much. And now I'm going to introduce the next speaker, Ben Westwood. Vivian Westwood is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Ben is a fantastic campaigner for this cause. Please give him a warm welcome.
Hello there. Yeah, exactly. My name is Ben Westwood. Unfortunately, my mother Vivian is not here today. She was a close friend to Julian Assange and a long-term campaigner for a free press and against his extradition to the United States for the crime of revealing American war crimes, which included torturing prisoners of war and shooting unarmed civilians, not to mention revealing that the CIA can spy on you through your TV and smartphones. Julian is a lovely man. I've met him. He's a human being revealing the truth for us all. He is a real hero. Julian has been in Belmarsh maximum security prison for nearly 5 years now. And he got married to his partner Stella Assange there. But Julian wasn't allowed to be shown in his Vivian Westwood kilt, wedding kilt, because you could see his painfully thin legs brought about by his treatment, which UN Special Rapporteur Niels Mesler has described as torture. Unfortunately, this issue is not just about the injustice perpetrated to Julian. This is about our collective democratic right to real facts and truth. In a true democracy, the people need unrestricted access to facts and information in order to make informed choices. As Julian has said, the aim of war is not to win it, it's to have a never-ending war. War is a great way to launder the public's money into private hands and to maintain sources of cheap natural resources and cheap human labour for the profit god. Afghanistan and Iraq were great successes for them. And now it's Ukraine, Gaza, and the next project, China. Loads of money rolling in, not to mention for the Western contractors, awarded the contracts to repair the damage caused. The fact that Julian is being charged with the crime of espionage is very telling. During times of war, public information can be restricted. Are we at war? The US has been conducting one war after another continuously since the end of the Second World War. Now they are trying to step into our country's law. If this appeal fails, America can disregard the laws of any other countries. Why is our government disregarding our own laws to suit America? What happened to Magna Carta? What happened to habeas corpus? Now I feel even more disgusted to be British. What are you doing to our country? A friend of my mother coined an acronym, a pill called NIMSDOL, a pacifier used to control the world's populations. It stands for National Idolatry, Non-Stop Distraction, Organised Lying. The mainstream press is controlled and lies by omission and misinformation. They just don't do reports on something that is being hidden, as in Julian's case. When they do report, it has a bias. Now you hardly hear about the war in Ukraine. All the men there with no arms and legs for the rest of their lives. Gaza is just a background story now. All those people buried under the rubble. War journalism is strictly under control these days. No war photographers like Don McCullin allowed to take photos on the front line anymore. They learnt that in Vietnam. The case against Assange is the final end of the pretext that democracy exists. If he is convicted, it is the beginning of darkness for us all. The attack on Julian Assange is also an attack on us. Next time this could be you.
Thanks very much. Now listen, we need you all to be safe, so there's plenty of room over this side. Can you all move to your left? People can come out of the road and be safely onto the pavement. Just move over, please. Thanks very much. I can see you moving. Please do that. Come on to the pavement, guys. It's night time. It's Whitehall. We want you to be safe. Come on over this side. Not really within my power just for the moment, although it's a good thing. Okay. Now I'm sure that you've all been waiting to hear from Stella Assange about her impressions, both about what's happened in the court and about what we should do next. So please do give her a very warm welcome. She's been through the hell of that court case for the last two days, and she wants to be with you here tonight. Stella Assange.
Wow, you guys are amazing. Not just the turnout this evening coming here to Downing Street, but also over the past 48 hours. It's been incredible. Every time I got to court, I was greeted by this incredible supportive crowd that was cheering us on, and I told Julian all about how much support he has, and also how much attention the media has given this case this time around. The world is watching. And finally, there's a realization about what this is really about, which is an attack on the truth, an attack on the public's right to know, and a country's attempt to further their impunity and their cover-ups and continue to kill with impunity without the threat of a media that will scrutinize them, of a public that will demand change. That cannot stand. Everything turns on the outcome of this case. Whether states can criminalize journalism and put journalists in prison like they've been doing in the UK with an Australian citizen, a publisher who's won many, many awards for his journalism, and they've stuck him in the deepest, darkest hole of the UK prison system, and the US threatens to put him in the deepest, darkest hole of the US prison system for 175 years. Shame. Julian's imprisonment is the result of people with too much power who lost the plot, who got power thirsty and are guilty. They know they're guilty and they want to continue to live their lives without any consequences for the crimes they've committed. This case is about whether state crimes can continue unpunished, unscrutinized. Julian's freedom is the only antidote. We don't have a decision today. Julian's life is at severe risk every single day he is in prison. He is a political prisoner. He is the world's most famous political prisoner. We know what happened to the other most famous political prisoner last week. That cannot happen to Julian. It cannot be allowed to happen. The world is watching. Julian has to be freed. Now, whatever happens in the coming days, we can't know. But we can know that we will be there for Julian. And be there for our own democracy, our own future, our own ability to change policy, to change decisions, to change governments. Because if there's no scrutiny, we can't be informed. We can't be able to change, make an informed decision about who we elect. Our rights are at stake, but Julian's life is at stake. If he is extradited, he will lose his life. He will be killed. He will be killed by the country that has been plotting his assassination. And the court heard how the United States, under the previous administration, which may be the next administration, had plotted to assassinate him, who had plotted to poison him, who had plotted to kidnap him, who had plotted to rendition him. Shame. Shame on those who put journalists in prison. Shame on those who murder journalists. Shame on those who are afraid of the truth. That's not a society I want to live in. We're better than that. The UK courts are also under scrutiny. They have heard about the murder plots against my husband. They are on notice that the country that is trying to extradite him has planned to murder him. They don't deny it. They just change the subject. The whole time we were in court, the other side somehow avoided to talk about what the documents Julian published revealed. They didn't talk about the war crimes. They didn't talk about the 15,000 civilian killings in Iraq that were revealed. They didn't talk about their torture and rendition program. They didn't talk about Guantanamo Bay. They simply changed the subject. Shame. This case is brought by criminals who want to maintain their impunity, who want to avoid the courts. They are the fugitives from justice, not Julian. Julian is justice. He is transparency. He is us. He is the public. And as long as Julian remains in prison, we are all in prison. And they are free. It cannot be. Free Assange. Be there for Julian. He would be there for you. He is there for you. He needs to be free. Free Assange.
Free Assange! Free Assange! So my next speaker has observed many of these hearings in the Assange case. For Reporters Without Borders, please give a warm welcome to Rebecca Vincent.
In these past 2 days, we have heard nothing new from the US government. We have heard them double down on the same arguments that they've been making for 13 years, and in particular since the superseding indictment was issued. Again, we're seeing attempts to make exceptions for Julian Assange. Why his human rights don't matter. Why normal protections for journalists don't matter. We've heard this before. We heard how even though they knew his state of mental health, they knew his risk of suicide, how, oh no, it would be okay, send him here anyways. Now we're seeing that in an attempt to distance the journalistic community from him and all of us. But let me be very clear, this case is about journalism. It is about press freedom. If they make an exception of Julian Assange, the rule will be broken. And no one, no journalist, no publisher, no journalistic source, no media organization can ever be confident that their rights will be respected again. We will see an immediate and distinct chilling effect, in particular on national security reporting. This is absolutely about journalism. We are deeply concerned for Julian Assange's current situation. This is the first time he was granted permission to attend court in 3 years. So the fact that he wasn't there speaks volumes about his current situation. The fact that he couldn't even attend online tells us how he's feeling. I saw him myself in prison a few weeks ago with a broken rib, in pain, and coughing a lot from a respiratory illness. So we're concerned about his physical health as well as his mental health. So while this case is being decided in these courts, and while the strings are being pulled 4,000 miles away in Washington, D.C., this man is in a prison cell tonight, a few miles from us here. We must remember him. We must not let his situation deteriorate further. So we still hope that at this late stage, there can be some justice delivered from the British system. The world is watching. And if not here, then Strasbourg. And it is imperative that if these courts fail to protect journalism and press freedom by protecting Julian Assange, it is imperative that his right to appeal to the European Court of Human Rights is respected, that the UK abides by its European Convention obligations, and that no move is made to extradite him whilst that process is ongoing. It is essential. If this country is going to stand for the rule of law, they must abide by this, by their international obligations. And we are here at Downing Street. This is still within the UK's power to do the right thing, but let's not let Washington off the hook. I hope they're watching from across the ocean as well. This is a political case, and if justice isn't possible here in the British courts, our call still remains on the Biden administration to drop these charges, to close this case. A political solution could be found. It is a question of political will. So let's not let them off the hook either. Our call remains to free Assange. And there is only one decision: no extradition.
No extradition!
Thank you, Rebecca. And there is no one who's reported as effectively, has campaigned as effectively for Julian Assange as Craig Murray.
Thank you, everyone. Absolutely wonderful to see you all. And I want to start off by thanking you from the bottom of our hearts, all of you who have stood out in the cold and the rain this last 2 days to support Julian Assange. It's been a really, really fantastic effort. Thank you. And we are a community that shows the sort of democracy that Julian dreams of, where freedom of information empowers people, puts power back from the hands of the politicians into the hands of the people. And I see here people I have been seeing for more than 10 years, people who I saw standing in the cold and the wet outside the Ecuadorian embassy, people I saw day in, day night who have been campaigning. And it has not been without effect. We have turned around public opinion on Julian Assange and on this case. And we have done that to the extent that the establishment now have to listen. And yesterday and today in the court, I sat there in the courtroom. I wish you could all have been there, because firstly, Julian's legal team did a fantastic job. And secondly, I saw something I would not have said in 5 years of these legal processes. For the first time, I saw judges who were actually listening intelligently and paying attention to what the defense says. And we have done that. We have done that because they can no longer ignore us. They can no longer scorn us. And we heard in a UK court, we heard Julian's defence outline the war crimes of the United States. We heard lawyers, eminent KCs, speak to the bench and talk of massacre, and talk of torture, and talk of drone killings, and talk of killings of journalists, and talk of systematic war crimes committed by the United States and its allies, and what Julian has done to expose that. You know, yesterday in the United Nations, the United States vetoed a ceasefire resolution on Gaza, and the United Kingdom, as its cowardly little henchman, abstained alongside it. And we are fighting the same thing. We have here the United States trying to destroy Julian Assange, and the United Kingdom as its cowardly little henchman, keeping him in Belmarsh jail. We will not stand for it. This will not last. It is essential to the freedom of all of us that Julian is released, because he stands for freedom of information and for the right of people to know what governments are secretly doing in their name and with their resources. We are fighting a noble battle, and it is a battle which is turning, and a battle which will win, and it's a battle fundamentally for the very kind of society we wish to live in. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, Craig. And now, for the last speech of this evening, I'm very pleased to welcome back to the podium the organiser of the Free Assange campaign in the United States, Vince DiStefano.
Thank you, John. Brothers and sisters, I stand before you in shame for the government that represents me. I wish to quote the words of President Joe Biden stated on May 3rd, World Press Freedom Day. Journalists, uncover the truth, check the abuse of power, demand transparency from those in power. They are indispensable to the functioning of democracy. He and his administration go forward and say that journalism is not a crime. Those words are ashes in their mouth. The utter hypocrisy of my government shines in that courtroom. And it is incumbent upon us, all of us, to say no to the hegemony of the United States, say no to the Biden administration, and say yes to the freedom of journalists and journalism around the world. Julian must be free. Free Assange. Free Assange. Free Assange now. Thank you all.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for demonstrating for the last 2 days. You've been outside that court for 2 days. You've done absolutely brilliantly. And nothing that we say from this platform is as important as you being there. Every speaker on this platform is simply a mirror to the protesters and the demonstrators and the activists who are fighting to free Julian Assange. So stay strong, and stay mobilized, and stay fighting. And remember, one of the oldest slogans in the business of popular mobilization is educate, agitate, mobilize. Take that home with you, continue to do it, stay safe, stay fighting, solidarity.
Okay, we are with. It's okay, we're going to edit it.
Don't worry.
The one and only, the brilliant Mr. Richard Medhurst, who just absolutely smashed it on the stage right now outside Downing Street. Richard, the man needs no introduction. You've been inside and outside the court the past 2 days. Can you give us a little bit of a recap as we end these 2 days on what you've seen?
You know, what we saw just now, it was historic, but not in the good sense, because this whole trial, this show trial, it shouldn't be happening in the first place. So, you know, people think like it's always nice to witness something historic. This is really bad what's happening to Julian, you know? On the one hand, I want to say it's good because the judges actually ask questions. They if you compare this to the trial at the Old Bailey, you know, the first couple of weeks in the extradition hearing, Barretsa, she would like ask one question and then stay silent for 4 days, you know, until next week. They actually engaged, they actually asked questions, they wanted to know things. Right. But they asked questions that gave the impression they had no idea what they're talking about. You know, for example, what happened just now in the last 30 minutes, they were asking Mark Summers, who's one of Julian's lawyers, they were asking him the names that are mentioned in the WikiLeaks publications, where, you know, all these US war crimes and torture have been exposed. Are these the same people that carried out the torture and the war crimes? Yes, they are. Yeah. It's obviously not every single one of them, but they have supported and upheld that regime of of kidnapping and rendering people, torturing people, and many people have gone to court and proven in the EU, for example, that they were tortured by the Americans and they got compensation for that. Obviously, it can't make up for what happened to them, but this shows the value, not just the moral value, but the historic and legal value of what Julian Assange has done.
100%. I spoke to Matt Kenner from Declassified just earlier, and he said he's actually come away from this feeling a little bit more positive. Positive probably isn't the right word, but like when we heard yesterday about the technical problems that you alluded to just now and stuff like that, you kind of thought, oh shit, okay, here we go. But Matt actually said very much what you just mentioned then, that actually there seemed to be a little bit more interest than you might have expected. So have you come away with a little bit of a feeling of...
Yeah, I don't want to give people like false hope, or myself even, actually. I'm saying it for myself, really.
Right. It wasn't as terrible.
It wasn't as bad as the other ones, I would say, because it was so cold usually. And make no mistake, this was also like very, very just nasty all around. I mean, I'm obviously not for me, most of all for Julian, and the fact that he's too ill to even come in, as I understood. Correct me if I'm wrong. So but nevertheless, I have come away a bit more positive, a tiny bit. Just because of the fact that they actually engaged, and also I have to say Mark Summers did a great job of actually, it's reiterating and explaining, what is at hand here. He really laid it out so eloquently at times that I was like, I couldn't have done a better job myself. That's perfect. That's how you have to say it to the judges. There is no other way to say it. And let me just say, this is the first time that we're actually talking about the contents of the case. That the United States, they carried out war crimes. That's it. I don't want to talk about Julian's health. It is important, but that's not the focus of the case. I don't want to talk about U.S. assurances because they're worthless. I want to talk about the war crimes that he exposed, and that's what we did, and it's good that we touched on this. The Americans were standing there clueless for 2 days. I mean, what can you say? How can you talk for 2 hours, for 3 hours, and try to defend this kind of behavior, this criminal behavior? It's state-level atrocities. You cannot do it.
Brilliant. Well, we don't want to keep you too long because we know you're a popular man.
Sorry.
We know you're in demand. Before we round off, what words can you give to everybody that can't be here in person, is watching on the live stream, supporting as much as they can from around the world? Obviously, we've come away with a little bit of a renewed sense of hope that the battle is not completely lost. What can you say to all the people that want to keep this fight and this struggle going onwards, because for as long as we need to see Julian walk free?
Look, what I was saying just earlier is that there's power in numbers, and that's something that the people that have put Julian Assange in prison, that are bombing Gaza, these corporations and politicians, they don't have. So when you raise your voice, and I don't just mean this like as a cliche, I actually mean like coming out on the street, joining the marches, and also sharing the videos online. There's something that explains the Assange case, share it, engage with your friends and family, with coworkers, try to educate them about this, because the more that people know what's going on, it's very simple. They're outraged. People automatically outraged when they actually understand it, because the media, the fact they spend so much time and attention to poison people's minds against Julian, it shows you that, he's done something right. He's done something courageous and virtuous. And so when you break it down simply, like, this guy's in prison because he exposed the U.S., having committed war crimes, people get outraged because it is something to be outraged about. So please try to educate yourself and educate others after you have, opened your own eyes, because it really is worth its weight in gold.
Amen. Richard, thank you so much, brother.
Thank you so much.
Great
The pleasure is mine.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
See you soon.